Perfect. I'm not sure if anyone is watching it, but welcome to the Offerspill Bergen Rapid Grand Prix. Today we're gonna be looking at their games, and hopefully we'll see some interesting games. Joachim Benedelsen, who we're currently watching, is 5 out of 5, and is probably a big favorite at this point. And hopefully in a few minutes we'll get some moves. Can you hear me, by the way? Hopefully everything is perfect. I'm getting messages. Okay, let's go. It's 10:30. Give us some moves. I think this game will be quite good. They're both international masters, they're both very young and promising. So I have big faith in this game. They both know the ropes very well. Hello, can you hear me? Is the sound working fine? Brilliant. Okay, so e4. Usually Matt starts with d4. And I played a nice Benker gambit against him last time I faced him. This will be interesting. A Petrov or a Russian. Probably Joachim Benedelsen didn't prepare this for this game. This will be exciting. Let's check the other boards. Italian. Junkers and Horace playing his Mora Gambit as usual. The quite fun line with a quick d4 and c3. And he's quite the expert in this line, so I think Theo has his work put out for him. Nothing special here so far. This looks like an accelerate dragon. Very modern these days is take with the queen, but of course this is the main line. Yeah, we'll probably see bishop b3 and castle. Oh, this is the Fischer special line, the Rui exchange variation. Oops, I got a notification and I pressed it and it popped up. Just have to check that everything is okay. Okay, we can do that in the break sometime soon. Because I'm logged on my account and okay, let's fix that later. Okay, so it takes. This is the main line. At least one of the main lines. d4 takes, bishop d3, probably d5 is coming. Just want to put this fat knight on e4. Yeah, I don't know this quite well, but it's an interesting line. Usually it ends with a draw, but it can lead to some complicated positions in games. Bishop g5? Is this a thing? Usually you play with c3 and d4, but I think the drawback with bishop g5 is that black can play his h6 g5 moves. Maybe at once, but I'm quite surprised by this, but probably Halldorfen knows what he's doing. He's a quite strong player. And then c3. I don't know this at all. Probably g5 now. That's true, I do not belong in the zoo. No, Batman doesn't belong in the zoo. He belongs in Arkham. Let's check JK again. He did promise me last night to play something interesting, and he kind of did. So promise fulfilled. Let's see if there's anything interesting going on. Let's see. What? Okay. So we're just leaving this knight to hang because we have the d5 e4 stuff. Need my early morning coffee. Okay, so I've never seen this line before. d4 takes. So far so good, and then knight c6. Maybe this is some brilliant new mod online that I don't know. Because I would just pre-move d5 here. Yeah, we get the standard stuff with bishop d6 or knight d7. And it's quite solid for black. But this looks really interesting. I'm not sure what the idea is, if just d takes e5. Maybe just d5. And then we bring our pieces out, and then we're happy. Yeah, probably. Okay, so g5 wasn't played, but a6. Very often on a6 we just want to go a4 to take some space on the queen side and hold down b5. So I guess we're gonna go a4 here. Yeah. Halldorsen agrees. That's a good sign. We're not entirely stupid. Okay, what happened here? Knight takes g4. Oh, take with the pawn. I think you should take with the knight here. And try to aim for the d6 square. And keep the d file open. Maybe we can bring a rook to d1 and create some play. Nah, I can't bring my dogs, unfortunately. They're left in Stavanger and I'm in Bergen. So I really think we should take with the knight here. Bring a rook to d1 and pretend that we're happy. We're pawn down, but we have some active pieces, some active play. I think JK would be perfectly happy to play a position like this. But okay, I took with the pawn, d5. Probably would take it, yeah. And do we give a check, or do we go to b3? JK went to b3. Maybe he was afraid of bishop d7 and just exchanging all the pieces. You don't really want to exchange pieces when you play the Mora gambit. You want to mate. So bishop b3, knight c6, rook e1, and castle. I guess we're gonna probably see something like bishop g5, and knight c3, and queen d2. JK is gonna try to launch an attack somewhere. h4, h5, h6. You want JK to push this? I agree. That would be fun. I hope we're getting some fun games today. This looks fun. This looks like a Queen's Gambit accepted, with where black has been able to keep the pawn. Let's have a look. Okay, so he's playing the Semislav triangle. Bishop g5. I'm not sure if it says the name, but usually this turns into either a Moscow gambit. Yeah, it's called a gambit, I think. Moscow gambit or a Botvinnik. Quite sharp. a4. I'm not a big fan of this move. Mostly because it doesn't really stop b5, because we can start bishop b4, then go b5, and the pawn is protected. You should probably play e4 here. I have to read the chat. I can't be lonely all by myself. E4 and B5, and this is the Botvinnik. Super sharp, super hard to play, and you have to know your stuff. And I know Kjetil Stokke, he knows his stuff here. So maybe second style was a bit afraid, or yeah, I assume so. Because A4 is a bit weird here. It's definitely playable, but why? Bishop B4. Yeah, and E3 we're gonna go B5. I mean, I can't really take here twice because the knight is pinned. B6. Castling. Bishop B7. King B6. Yeah, this is typical for black. Now you just want to play C5. I get rid of this double pawn, and then we're gonna win because of our extra pawn. So I kinda like this for Kjetil Stokke. Just have to check if the engine agrees. And of course, Stockfish sets to 0.0. No big surprise there. But I like black here. Pawn up, healthy pawn up. Our pieces are a bit silly. Our king hasn't castled yet. But if we can get in C5, then probably we're fine. Yeah, so white tries to stop C5. I guess his next moves are something like rook C1 or rook B1 and B3. Try to put some pressure on these with the open files. Not entirely sure though. At least I'm not a big fan of playing this as white, probably because I don't know what I'm doing. So it's difficult. Okay, let's check Sigve. Oh, stuff is happening here. So this was the accelerated dragon. We just call it the accelerated because black hasn't played d6 yet, and he can pretend that he's a tempo up, but he isn't really a tempo up. Yeah, so he played d6 anyways, and we have a standout dragon. F3, bishop d7, h4. The main line is queen d2. And then they go something like rook c8 or knight takes d4. So h4 is very, very sharp, very interesting. And generally, after h4, you always want to go h5, but it's kind of scary because you never know if g4 is any good. Probably here it's just terrible, but sometimes it's good. And if white manages to castle, then g4 might actually be an idea. Because to sacrifice everything here and pray to higher powers, so there's a mate there. Which there might be. Often there is. Okay, so h4, h5 takes. I don't really see the point of this. Okay, maybe he's afraid of knight e5 or nah, knight a5. Usually black is happy to put like this, and maybe we can play d5 in the future. Maybe e6, d5, or I should probably kick myself here, like this, yeah. You don't really want to exchange pieces, especially when you can kind of wait for him to take on d4. Probably something like this would be my continuation here. And knight d5, you probably go king b1 or something, and knight c4 would take it. Probably bishop g5 somewhere. Or maybe there's a trick here. We move this first and then we launch our attack. But okay, Sigve had other ideas. Takes on c6, bishop takes, queen d2, and b5 straight away. Okay, so we basically know that white is gonna put pressure on the king side, and black is gonna launch everything on the queen side. This is gonna be an interesting game. Bishop h6, a5, and g4. Yeah, I'm not sure who I'm most afraid for. Kinda looks interesting. So at least the bishop isn't trapped after a4 because we have a d5 square, but we're kind of losing the bishop here. I think we have to go bishop d5 here. Maybe we can add bishop takes g7 whenever we feel like. So bishop d5. Two take with the knight here. But then we lose a tempo, and tempos are quite valuable in these kind of messy positions. I don't think we can take with this actually, because just this. G takes h5. This looks like trouble. This looks like trouble. And probably we're still gonna castle here and just put everything in a g file and pretend that everything is fine. Interesting. This is gonna be a good game, for sure. And this doesn't really look that interesting yet. We have a quite interesting structure though. So white is 4 against 3 on the king side, and black is 4 against 3 on the king side. So this is far from over. Also his bishop on h5 is kind of stuck here. So he's probably gonna have to weaken his pawn structure with f6 to bring it out. So this might be an interesting endgame. Let's see how they got there. Yeah, okay, so it was the exchange of the d4. This is some interesting line. It does make sense. You kind of want to open, or with two knights, usually you don't want to open. You want to have it closed, but maybe you can't take because of e5. If we can play c3 and just keep everything in the middle, then maybe we're perfectly happy. Rook e8, knight c4. Yeah, this I kind of like. Worst case, we can always just take the bishop here back, and we can't really be... I was gonna say we can't really be worse, but probably we can. So why is Matt spending so much time in the opening? I think he has this bad habit of spending way too much time in the opening. And I think everybody knows that, so they try to play something they haven't played before, or something that he probably doesn't know very well. Okay, so the board in the... That's a good question, T-Best Nuclear. I think I made a mistake here. Because the board in the bottom should show the top game. And I think I might have fixed it now. So tiny I can't make it out, but hopefully it's the game against versus Mats against Bergen Nelson. Brilliant. Yeah, so let's go back and take a look. This was the Petrov for the Russian, and we got okay, so I was just didn't this just blunder a piece, but of course there's still e4 here. It takes queen e2. Apparently this has been played once before, but queen e2 is a novelty. So I kind of understand that he's spending some time here. It's a quite new position, quite interesting. Hard to kind of figure out what's going on. And to me, it looks like white is fine here. Maybe even better. Unless we can play queen e7 in some way. We don't really want to go queen e7 right away because it blocks the bishop. And bishop b4 with check doesn't work because of c3. d5. And what? Do you have to go f5? Because after d5, I think this is quite strong. And after bishop takes queen b5, isn't this just winning everything? To me, it looks like it's winning everything. The bishop is hanging. We can just castle next move, so we're never getting mated. So what do we do here? Maybe we have to go queen e7. But then we can kind of ruin black's structure. He does get a kind of a lead in development here. With his bishop on, strong bishop on b7. Yeah, this was played. And I think I would prefer white here, just because our structure is prettier to look at. Let's cheat and see what Stockfish thinks. Okay, of course, Stockfish disagrees with me and he prefers black. So I'm not gonna listen to him anymore. I think okay, we have the bishop pair. That's a good point, Stockfish. We have the good bishop pair as black. Again, the bishop pair, it must be enough compensation for a slightly ruined pawn structure. Yeah. And it's kind of hard for white to find a good square for this knight. We kind of usually want to go knight f3 and knight c3, just because they cover more squares. But here we probably have to go knight e2. Yeah, we would definitely consider long castle here. We're not afraid of getting mated. The center is open, so it's very easy for black to swing pieces to both sides of the board, so we're never getting mated there. But we can also just short castle and be safe. It kind of depends on what kind of position we're looking for. I think long castle would be really aggressive here and try to launch an attack here with g5 and h5 and g4. But probably I would want to solve the problem with the bishop first, if I could. I want this outside somewhere, anywhere. Yeah, the b pawn is paired. Okay, let's look at some other games. Yeah, I guess we have launched all the pawns. And this is kind of a double-edged plan. Because on one side we're gaining a lot of space on the queen side, and we're holding down the black pawns. But these pawns could turn out to be very weak on c3 and d4. Sorry, d3. So if black manages to play something like rook d8 and d5, I think black must be perfectly fine. But we might be quite a long way from doing so. Because of this pin. It doesn't look like Afras wants to play g5, but maybe it's coming. Let's see how they got there. Yeah, it was his bishop g5, Louis Lopez. Which I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, you're supposed to play g5 quite quickly here. I think this is the way. And then the bishop is basically trapped here. But of course, we have kind of ruined our king space, so it's kind of dangerous. But I believe there's some Carlsen game where with this stuff in some rapid game or. Okay, b4 probably soon. Okay, so he actually plays bishop b6 here to bait the a5. Because he could just go bishop a7 straight away. But he definitely, it looks like he wants a5 to be played. And I'm not entirely sure about that, because I think there might be a problem I'm missing here, but I think if black could play a5, then he's happy to do so, maybe. Let's say something silly like h3, a5. Now we have the c5 square and we have a strong bishop here. Yeah, this looks... I was gonna say this looks good, but then I look at Stockfish and it's +1. This looks terrible. Okay, so maybe Afras is correct. Yeah, that might be true. Maybe if we look at my silly line here, maybe white has d4 at some point. Yeah, that might be it actually. Maybe just d4 straight away. And now g5 is never a move because bishop g3 and the e5 pawn is overloaded. And if we can keep these pawns like this and put pressure on e5, then definitely white is better. So maybe OK player knows what he's doing. Yeah, this looks like white must be better here. Oh, I see we got an interesting move. Okay, this is my line. Bishop b6, a5, bishop a7, and rook a3. Let's have a look at rook a3. I have no idea. Maybe the point is to play d4 and swing the rook. Rook a3. I think this is the only... Of course we're covering the pawn, which is a point in itself, but it's hard to play d4. First of all, we can just take it. And secondly, it's hanging on b4. And possibly also on let's say king h8, d4. I think we just take it. So what is the point of rook a3? Maybe it's planning to just go queen c2 and rook b1 and b5. But why couldn't he do that with the rook on a1? Yeah, I agree. Rook a3 is in the spirit of the, I think it was Anish against Nepo, wasn't it? That crazy game in the Chess24 Legends tournament. Yeah, if anyone has any idea what rook a3 is, please let me know, because I'm confused. But of course, it isn't a terrible move. You can always just go back if you feel like it, and it's covering the pawn on c3. But usually when you play a move like rook a3, usually you have a deeper plan. I'm kind of curious what the follow-up is here. Queen a4. Maybe he wants a triple. Maybe that's the idea. Just put every piece in the open a file. Sorry, not open. It's very closed in the a file. I don't really see why. Why not in the b file? Okay, next game. Okay, this looks very good for white, but how did we get there? It was a Mora gambit with c takes d4, bishop b3, rook e1, blah 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 blah, knight d5. Okay, this is a typical Jon Christian move. He just wants to attack, so if he takes, I assume he's gonna put some pressure on the dark squares. And also he gets a nice pressure against d5. But it could be a risky move as well, because the e5 pawn might become weak if black manages to just put every pressure against it. But I don't think you want to play f4 to cover it. It makes your king a bit exposed. And you're never gonna be able to play f5, so f4 is kind of a sad move to play. But again, knight c6, as predicted, takes, and we take. Do we have to take this? Maybe we do. I kind of want to try to keep the bishop here because the resulting position, I think only white can be better here because of the bishop pair. Especially this bishop making b7 weak. So I kind of want to try to not take this, instead take here. But it does look like we're gonna give up the bishop here anyways. And now we're just getting mated, unless we trade queens. And even this endgame here might be... do we take with the bishop? No. No. Probably take like this. And even this endgame here might be terrible for black, mostly because his king is kind of trapped here, the d8 square is protected. So possibly white can just double on the 7th rank. And it might be problematic. So I think JK is playing a quite good game here. I like this 95 move. Let's see if... Oh, Stockfish agrees. Stockfish loves 95. So JK is a brilliant player. Okay, let's see what happened. Takes. Queen b3. Putting pressure on b7. Queen f5. Pretending that b7 doesn't matter because the bishop is hanging. Bishop h4. Knight c6. Why can't I take the pawn? Okay, yeah, the bishop is hanging. Fair enough. Bishop e4. Now this bishop is hanging. And now we can't take the pawn because this bishop is hanging. No. Okay, so why can't we take the pawn now? Is there a fork somewhere? I don't know. But of course this isn't the most important pawn in the world. Black still has some pressure against b2. Yeah, okay, maybe that's maybe that's simple enough. Not sure where we go. Rook 92, king somewhere. Takes, just rook b8, and then we take this. And we have some nice counterplay on the 2nd rank. Even we can take this, but b2 is hanging, f2 is hanging. This bishop is super strong. Yeah, this can't be the end of the world. But I think white is probably better here with an extra pawn. But it's difficult to play. So he decided not to take. Play queen d3. Rook d8. And this pawn is still hanging, and I still want to take it. What is the problem? I'm not entirely sure what the problem is. Of course, black still has compensation with a strong knight, a strong bishop to open files. But a pawn is a pawn. A pawn is a pawn. But instead h3, queen h5, and this pawn is still hanging. Why aren't we taking hanging pawns? And why isn't black moving it? Why does he insist on us taking it? Rook d1, knight d6. Okay, now we can't take it because queen is hanging. But why can't we take it here? Maybe he just takes the bishop. Maybe that's the problem. Let's check the Stockfish. Do some cheating. Yeah, okay, so knight f5. Queen somewhere. And then just take, and rook d2. b2 is hanging, bishop d4 is coming. Looks like compensation to me. Okay, queen f3 is played. And probably this is quite equal. Usually the bishop here is a bit stronger than a bishop and a knight. This knight is quite strong. It can jump to d4 whenever, but it's quite strong on e6 as well, maybe even c5. So I'm not really seeing Jon Christian winning this, but of course he's dangerous even in endgames, so it's not over. Okay. Let's go back from the beginning. This was the semi-Slav, where white allowed d takes c4. I think we left it after queen b6 here. Okay, so we saw bishop f3, rook f d1, rook fc8. Yeah, so black just wants to go c5, and if he's able to play c5, then it's good. Yeah, I agree. JK is a big trickster. He's quite dangerous. So Teo has to be careful. Knight d4, queen c7. What is this? Why aren't we just taking going knight d5? I think queen c7 looks odd, mostly because it doesn't really support c5 the same way as on b6. And I kind of want to go c5 here, but it probably doesn't work because of something like knight takes. No, sorry, bishop takes. Maybe knight takes. I'm not sure, why doesn't this work? It can't really work, but maybe it does. Okay, there's just d takes c5, I think, in some way. And d7 is hanging, and you can't really take here because this is hanging. And you don't really have time to take here either because the rook is hanging. So this looks like big trouble. So c5 isn't playable. Maybe that's why he's playing queen c7, just to stop the queen from hanging after c5. Maybe that's the idea. But I would be a bit worried about something like this. And there's a nasty threat on f7. Maybe just rook f8. Okay, also this is a bit worrisome. And our king is quite exposed after g takes. Yeah, but maybe it's no big problems here. We're still a pawn up. But okay, bishop f4 was played. Also looks really sensible. Just eyeing the queen. Knight takes. D takes. So he obviously wants to open the d file, but I'm not sure I opened d file. Okay, he has d6 square as well. I was gonna say that okay, after knight d5 the file isn't really open, but he has some knight d6 ideas. Okay, maybe it makes a lot of sense. JK is trickstering. Do we have to go back? I think we have to go back. Okay, and suddenly it's exchange up. Yeah, this is definitely winning. Or not definitely, but it should be winning. Let's go back and see what happened. So we left it around here, I think. 96, queen f3. Takes. Okay, yeah, because this is JK's idea all along. So we're threatening this. Oh, sorry, we're threatening the pawn. And after b6, we just trap the rook. So obviously Theo missed this. He's played excellently so far, so it's a bit sad that he missed this. But it happens. And we're winning in exchange because the rook is trapped. After rook e8, there's bishop c6. And the rook has nowhere to go. And he's getting a pawn for it, so it loses one point. He's getting a bishop and a rook. Sorry, a bishop and a pawn. But generally, a rook is much stronger than a knight in this kind of endgames. So this should be winning. And he just takes. I'm not sure he has to take here, but it's probably... Yeah, okay, he just wins the pawn. I was gonna say that the bishop is stronger than the knight, but why not? Why not just grab a pawn? And this should be winning. Maybe if the pawn was on f7, then maybe it's possible to draw. Probably not, but this should win itself. We just bring the king, start pushing some pawns, maybe create a pass pawn, and it kind of wins itself. Which means JK is going to be on, I think, 4 points. 4 out of 6, which is quite solid. Okay, let's go to the top board. And he did castle long. Surprise, surprise. Okay, so he castled long quite straight away. Yeah, why not? Then h5, we talked about this, and h4, yeah, this is nice. And they're both spending a lot of time here, so this might be an interesting time battle. I think I like black here, but our king is also weak. I'm not sure who I like. Black has still yet to bring his bishop out. And the a7 pawn is hanging. But stuff like g5 is always scary. You can't really play g5 while the knight on e4 can be taken, I think. Maybe we can. Maybe we can go g5, because after knight takes c4, queen takes. You can't take this pawn because of a mate on g2. So maybe we're gonna see g5 here. I'm not sure what we're threatening, but it's always scary to have pawns launched against your king. Always scary. Instead, he goes for queen e6. Yeah, I'm probably just planning to bring his bishop out. Simple chess is best chess, as they say. Okay, while they're thinking, let's go and check this game. Looks like a draw. Unless there is some... Nah, it looks like a draw. Yeah, this is drawn. And here we have a king on e3, doing some solid work. Getting his hands dirty. What on earth is going on here? This is way out of my pay grade. And apparently black is just completely winning, according to Stockfish. He just wants to go queen e6, rook c4. And queen e6 makes a lot of sense. Just trying to give a check here and also threatening on e4. Would be quite nice. Yeah, everything is weak here. The pawns are weak. We can just go and take them. The king is weak. The pawn on c3 is weak. The pawn on a2 is weak. So it kind of goes without saying that black must be better here, but it's not entirely clear how to win. We have a few moves in the top game. Let's have a look. So after h3, rook e8, rook fd1, sorry, queen takes d5, knight takes c4, queen takes c4, rook d4, queen c6. Obviously, the knight on f3 is pinned now to the mate right on g2 with this battery. So maybe we can do something here. Okay, d1, cracking d7. I assume we're gonna go d6 or bishop d6. Probably bishop d6, I think. If we can. There might be some issues here. Something like this. No, yeah, maybe. Not easy to say. And JK won. Solid game by JK. I think he got a bit lucky here. I think Theo played an excellent game so far. Everything until b6. So the pawn I talked about that I wanted to take for forever. You shouldn't move it at all. You probably just take here or go knight d4 or something. Because after takes we have this nice rook catch, and he won it quite convincingly. I assume he's quite good in these winning endgames. Yeah, he just resigned because he's losing another pawn. Okay, let's go back to the top board. What is going on here? A lot of stuff. The pawn is suddenly on b5. Sorry, b5. Let's see. Bishop b3. Queen e6. Okay, so we went bishop d6. And then b4. Rook e4. So of course the drawbacks of moves like b4 is that it leaves a lot of weaknesses. c3 is now an open square, c4 can't be protected by a pawn, and these two are kinda left behind. But it does have some attacking potential. Rook e4, b5, c3, rook 4, d3, queen f6. Maybe we're just planning to move this rook back and take an f3. Queen d2. And they're down to... Mats is down to 10 seconds and Joachim is down to 20 seconds. So we should probably just stay on this game and see who's gonna take the lead. I'm not sure how Mats has been doing. And JK is in the chat, probably super happy that he managed to win the game. Looked like a solid game. And the pawn dropped on a4. Let's have a look. What happened here? He just played a4 and he took it. Interesting. Joachim has no chill. He takes hanging pawns. But now there's a nasty threat on d6. Probably we should go king b8 like he did. Bishop c5. Yeah, he's very greedy. Quite strong as well, but quite greedy. Bishop takes... Now d6. Let's go d6. Let's not give him his pawn back. Yeah. And I think black must be better here. We're pawn up. And our pressure is much more dangerous than white's pressure. Our bishop is doing a good defensive job. Same with the rook. And Salvino is in the chat. I think Joachim might be going 6 out of 6. I think all we need to do now is manage to push these pawns here. And I'm not really seeing white's counterplay. Rook e4 even, just taking total control over the fourth rank. Yeah, why not? Oh, the clock went down to 0, but probably just delay. Takes. G7 is hanging pawn alert. Will he take it? Take the pawn. Take it. No, he didn't see it. Didn't see the hanging pawn. Rook e3. Okay. I was getting a bit worried that we have to go queen f7, queen d7. But he did have rook e4, which is a strong move. So probably we're going to enter an endgame here. Queen, bishop against queen and knight with a pawn up for black. Oh, never mind. Not the pawn up for black. But still black must be better. The bishop is stronger than the knight. Yeah, I lost my clocks here, so I'm not sure how much time is left, but probably only a few seconds. And I think they're playing on a 10-second increment, so this is interesting. I think now probably white would have wanted the pawn back on b2, but you can't move pawns backwards, sadly. So I think this is okay. Yeah, he's just gonna pick up this pawn and then win. Yeah, I agree. This should be winning for black. And this kind of shows the drawback of this. Let's go back quickly. This d4 move, it does weaken the entire pawn chain on the queen side if you would enter an endgame like we're seeing right now. And he's just gonna gobble both these pawns. I think Mats is gonna oversign quite soon here. Maybe it's playing on because they have little time left. But it doesn't look like there is much hope. So I think I'm going to call this game over, and let's have a look at Benjamin beating Afras. Okay, so we left it somewhere around, here, queen a4, and d5. d5 is very risky with the rook on e1. Pawn on e5 is quite weak, and I have some suspicions that d5 might be too early. Takes. c4. But it does, on the other hand, it does look kind of logical. When white is kind of putting all his pieces on the queen side, you kind of want to break in the middle. So I do understand that he plays d5 here. It looks very normal. But e5 is weak, and d4 is probably coming. Okay, we play c4 and b5 instead. Boom. Okay, there's a hanging rook on e8. Cheapo. A long cheapo, actually. 4 moves. And sadly, there is no mate on e1 because of knight f1. Yeah, it looks like Joachim is winning. This we looked at. Let's look at Kjetil Sokke winning a nice game. And we left it somewhere around here, I think. And apparently this is a blunder, according to my annotation sheet. If we're kind of right that bishop should take on e5. The why is this a blunder? Let's see if we can figure it out. So that's my first guess was 95, but after 95 then d takes e4 can't really be a blunder. Knight takes, bishop takes, h6. So maybe it's just a blunder because you lose the important d4 pawn. But then I wouldn't really call it a blunder, so Stockfish is being a bit strict here, as usual. But it's pretty clear that black is better. Pawn up, these pawns can start marching. c5 will come at any point, and it's problematic. And rook d7 is a nice move, just planning to go with queen d8 and take the open d file. c5, and he resigned already. That's a bit early, I think. Of course, he's worse. His pawn up. The bishop on g3 is kind of trapped over here. But it's a bit early to resign. Okay. Let's see if we can catch the end of this game before we look at Sigve and the last game. Yeah, so this is winning. 2 pawns, so the bishop against the knight is winning. I hope it's not the streamer rapping, because I'm not gonna rap, that's for sure. That would be terrible. And I suspect Joachim will convert this perfectly. You can never really... Okay, the only real way to keep the draw here is to exchange this knight for both the pawns, but that's never gonna... Black is never gonna allow that. Okay, so while we wait for the end here, let's see how Mateusz Stick won against Sigve Hølleland. Then we left it around after e4. Yeah, we talked briefly about this bishop d5. Takes. And c3. Yeah, and I think white must be better here. Again, I'm looking at Stockfish after I said white is better. It's -2. And apparently a3 is really strong here. And it makes sense. Everything is just falling. So possibly, maybe c3 was a mistake. Maybe we just go king f1 or king d1. Then our attack should be quite strong. Okay, so black did have a nice move here with a3. Okay, b4. Maybe I spoke too quickly. Now g takes this king. Okay, queen c7. Okay. They're playing quite well here, I think. Ah, yeah, we looked at this position here. And obviously black is better here. And d5, yeah, and I think after the center opens, it's completely over. Bam. Yeah, okay. But there isn't really... I don't think there's much white can do here. The rook is just gonna enter the attack and it's gonna be over. And Jonas through. This was this bishop endgame. I kinda wish the broadcast would save the last position you looked at. That would be quite nice. Yes, we looked at this position here a few moves earlier, and it's just a dead draw. You can go back and forth, and the king just stays on c8, and the bishop goes up and down. There's nothing white can do. So I think the last game is this one, and let's see how Joachim wins this. It's probably just gonna spend some time with his bishop to force his knight away, and then push the pawns. You don't want the pawns on white squares, you want them with dark squares if possible. So I think the next move is this, d5, and then when the knight protects d4, we just go and hit it, force it back, then we go d4, put the king on d5 to push it. And it should be over quite sooner, but of course, Mats should play on. It's very easy to mess this up. But Joachim isn't gonna mess it up. He's quite way too strong for that. Okay, so while we wait, we could maybe drink some coffee, but I assume it's cold. Yeah, it's cold. It's sad. Very sad. At least I have water. And it looks like Joachim has over 1 minute on the clock now, so that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, and as we talked about, it's just gonna move the pawns on dark squares, make sure that the white knight cannot take it, and then just check, push the pawns step by step, and it should win itself with perfect play. I suspect we're gonna see some perfect play here. Let's see. I'm looking at the table base. Yeah, it's just a win. As suspected, or as we already knew. It's much harder with if it was a bishop instead of a knight, then it's much harder. I'm still winning, but it's a bit harder. But this is just easy. Okay, so now we can't play d3 because he takes. We can probably just go king d5 or c3 first, as long as we have this check. It doesn't really matter if the pawns are on dark squares. G5 is perfectly fine. All we have to watch out is that we don't blunder this both the pawns. It's the only trap here. So I expect we can play any move here. Yeah, c3 looks good. We can always just, if he tries to set up a fortress, we can always just take it, because the point in the game is super easy. I'm not sure. It's quite controversial to say that Joachim is the strongest. I think Haldorsen might be up there as well. But Joachim is definitely one of the strongest. I'm not sure Bergen Club would agree with you. Okay, let's go. Give us some moves. Did we? Yeah, it looks like they're analyzing. Maybe he resigned. Yeah. Which makes sense. Not much to play for here. Especially when Joachim has shown that he knows how to win this, then it's just resign time, unfortunately. Let's see what went wrong here. I can't really recall. Okay, it was this crazy line here with knight c6. Just leaving the knight hanging because of this d5 e4 trick. Yeah, and it was this attack on the king side that kind of won this game, I think. This is an excellent game by Joachim. Shows that he's well prepared and knows what he's doing, and is able to just secure the win when he needs to. I suspect a4 is bad. But What are we supposed to do? Maybe we take an a7. Here we take this. Rook e2 is never really dangerous, we just take it. Maybe rook e4 here as well. Start coupling pawns. Yeah. This is way above my pay grade. I'm glad I didn't play this game. It looks very complicated. But this bishop proved to be too strong. And after all the exchanges, he just won. So we're waiting for round 2. Let's see. Don't know how long break they have. Probably a few minutes. Maybe we have time to play a game. Let's play some 1 minute. See if it works on stream. Yeah. The problem is that I'm playing quite bad. Probably have to go g3 after queen h4. Maybe queen e4. g6 probably. Do I have any? Do we gobble the pawn? No, we go b4. Oh, I'm so bad, but it's okay. I thought I blundered mate in g2, but it's fine. I think this endgame is slightly better for us. Not much, of course, but it should be slightly better, even though I blundered this pawn. We're getting it back. Like this. And now, put a nice bishop on c6. Now we should, okay, play c4. I should have gone bishop d5. Now this is over. Ultraviolet, I'm way too slow for ultraviolet. And this is mating. No, not mating, but winning at least. Mate. After king h8, I have rook e7. Let's check if we have any games yet. Probably not. Round 7. No, let's play one more game while we're waiting. Let's play a French. Okay, I don't really know this d3 e5 line, but let's just play some chess and see what happens. That's my go-to plan against everything, really. Just make some moves and we take it from there. So c5 is hanging. Here we go. Bishop c7. Bishop e6. No, bishop d7. And this knight, it's a bit worrisome that this is in this diagonal. Knight f6 is genius here. I missed it. So did he, thankfully. The knight is hanging. We have to protect. And this is problematic. I'm getting completely outplayed here, which I do not approve of. Yeah. This is nicht gut. Okay, the game goes on. No, it doesn't. I lied. Rematch. Let's play the a3 Sicilian. Take it. Yeah. Knight f6. Knight f6. No, I forgot. Whatever. It's almost transposes to the main line. D4 is probably terrible. Yeah, I need to maybe slow down. I'm playing way too fast, way too badly. We're gonna probably swing our knight somewhere. It's gonna go b4. Let's go h4. Let's go h5. Take a check. It might be mate. Takes. Oh, it's gonna mate me. That's kind of unfortunate. How do I not get mated? This. I don't know actually. Might see two. Okay, took bishop d3. And now I'm too slow. Story of my life. Too fast and too slow. Ooh, okay, I'm losing. Ay. Maybe we have a game. Let's check. This is the all round. Okay, so I should update this board. Interact. I'm sorry to hear that. I always feel very good after bullet games. Bullet games are a lot of fun. Okay, play, watch. Okay, so I think that game is updated. So we're waiting for round 7. And Joachim Benilsen is on 6 out of 6 points. Quite incredible, really. Quite impressive. Now he's playing Sigve Dyrhovden with white. I think it's something like 700 points rating favorite. So this should be, yeah, I'm not going to say easy, but it should be winnable. And on board 2 we have Halvard Flatebø against Bergen Halldorsen. Or, I see that's already a game here, but this must be the last round. On board 3 we have 2 international masters, Kjetil Stokke against Mats Vestby Ellingsen. Gonna be an interesting one. And I know that Kjetil Stokke has prepared a bit for this game. So maybe we're gonna see something interesting. Port 4, Matteo Steck against Jon Christian Haar. I assume we're gonna see some funky business here as well from Jon Christian. There's always some funky gambit line coming. Board 5, Afras Mansour against Jonas Kleppe, Borlau. 2 very young, very promising players. It's gonna be a good game. And on board 6, Martin Fiskeron against Erik Åsnes. I'm not that familiar with these players, but it's gonna be an interesting game. And we can see that they're sitting down. So I suspect the games are about to begin. We can see Joachim scratching his head, probably wondering how he's gonna get his 7th straight point. Jon Christian Haar in front of the camera with his Offerspill hoodie. We should have sound on the web camera, that would be fun. Yeah. It's a quite nice hoodie though, so it's fair that he flexes it. I want one myself. I should get one. Should go steal one from the storage room. Okay, game 7. Let's go. Looks like they're waiting for the arbiter to give them the go-ahead. And there we go. clocks are started. And I think you can bet c4. Let's see, c4, yeah. c4, c6. So in English, and I think Sigve is gonna play the semi-Slav, which I recommended him a few months ago. Semi-Slav is with d5, c6, and e6. Oh no, he plays the a6 Slav, which is quite interesting as well. I suspect he's going to play some kind of Avruk setup with b3 and d4. Okay, let's have a look around. And a lot has happened in this game. Halldorsen loves these kind of Benoni structures. He's a quite strong player in this structure, so he's probably happy here. But let's start from the beginning. c5. Okay, so he plays this line. f3, is this the main move? Yeah. The Sindhi Indian, is that what it's called? I've only seen this played by Halldorsen. So I know he knows what he's doing here. So I would be worried if I was white. Okay, let's check Stokke. Standard stuff, not much going on. Let's check. Okay, and we have a Budapest gambit. And I talked to JK about the Budapest gambit yesterday, and I said it was terrible. So of course he plays it, and he's played it quite a lot. So he knows what he's doing, but it's still a terrible line. I don't really have much faith in it. The Budapest is this line. Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, player. It's just free bishop pair. Well, I can just give this pawn back whenever. Usually you don't start with 8-3 though. I'm not sure if this is even a thing. Is it? I know against knight e4 a3 is a thing. But usually after knight e4 we go knight f3 or bishop f4, and then bishop goes somewhere or the knight goes somewhere. e3, knight c6. And then you can do whatever. You can keep this pawn for one more move, or you can just give it back, and you have a nice position, which is why it's probably not the ideal choice. Stupenfish is watching, the Horde champion. But I'm not sure about this a3 move. I think he might be mixing lines here, because after knight e4, then a3 is supposed to be kind of a refutation. So maybe he's mixing moves, or maybe it's something I don't know about. It's very possible. And takes. I would suspect that JK is kind of surprised by this move as well. So maybe it's opening preparation. But they have played it quite fast, so he might know what he's doing. Okay, next game. This is a Karlsbad structure. And I know Jonas probably should know this, because we have looked at it quite a bit. But it's difficult and a very interesting line. This is something everyone should have played. But I think h6 probably is not a mistake, but it's not a move I would play here. The standard plan is to go rook e8, and knight f8, and knight e6, and g6, and knight g7, and bishop f5, just to get rid of this poor bishop against this good bishop. And after h6, this is very hard to achieve, because after g6, white is just going to take it. Rook e8. Yeah, but it's still a standard position, but it's quite hard to get this bishop away. Check the last game. Looks like Queen's Gambit accepted. Okay, it's queen b3 line. Yeah, just normal chess. White is going to try to play e4 probably with rook e1. Maybe bishop g5, rook e1. And probably black should play knight e4. I suspect. Just try to stop e4 forever, assuming that there is no clever knight move, which it doesn't look like. So rook e1, knight e4 probably. I don't think black should allow e4. It just gives white total domination over the center, and then black position is a bit cramped. So probably we should stop e4. But okay, things are moving slowly. Let's go back to game 1. Oh, g4. In Mansour Bolau, do you have to play c6 that early? I played a game here, you mean? I think I'm not sure if you have to do it right now. You can probably castle first and play rook e8 and whatever. But sooner or later you're gonna have to play c6 to cover this pawn. So probably the move auto doesn't really matter that much. You can play c6 here. You can play c6 here, or yeah, any move really. So of course you could postpone it a bit, but in the end it doesn't really matter. But I think a6 is a slight error maybe. At least I played this move myself once against Frode Elsnes, a very strong Norwegian international master, and I quickly got into trouble in this position here. So I'm not a big fan of this h6 move. Yeah, b6. Trying to find a place for the bishop. Nothing is going on here. Let's check JK. Okay, let's look at Joachim first. Okay, so after a6, b3, bishop g4, a3, takes, e6, play g4. This is not the line I'm familiar with. But it looks kind of natural. Maybe we have g5 in the future. Maybe just bishop g2 and play positionally. Maybe we can just play a hedgehog approach. This would actually be, if you play something like g3 and let's say we do something like this. This would be almost a hedgehog with the bishop on g2, with the pawn chain. Knight g6. I assume bishop d6 is coming. Maybe we can just push her. h4, maybe h5. Do we go g5 then? Possibly. Yeah, why not? And d4, e4, maybe. Okay, next game. Okay, so we left it after knight f3, knight f6, bishop d3, bishop g4, castle. I think bishop a6 is a clever move here, just stopping the castle and taking control over some of the weak dark squares. Probably a good idea. Of course, white's big problem here is the bishop on the d3. It's basically just a big pawn. You could just remove this bishop and trade it for a pawn. So I guess that's what Haldosson is claiming here, that his bishops or his knights are better in this kind of close position, which I think is probably true. But the engine really loves white here. You can't see it, but it's +2. And +2 means winning. But I don't know why this would be winning for white. I have no idea. Okay, maybe one problem is that this bishop here is trapped. So white can at any point play h3 and pick it up. Another problem is that probably black is gonna have to castle long here. And then we already have an open b file. We can use the a file to our advantage. Yeah, but again, this is not the position I'm familiar with. Okay, next game. Let's look at the International Masters. And here a lot has happened already. It was the standard. Did he play b5 here? And e5 takes knight b6. This is a thing, but I'm not entirely sure how it's supposed to be. If this is supposed to be better for white or if it's supposed to be equal, I don't know. I think if you just look at the position, it's kind of black is kind of solved one of his problems, that this bishop, very often in these kind of positions, this bishop will be trapped inside a lot of pawns. And that's not the case here, because we have a nice open diagonal on b7. Maybe we can even go to a6, try to defend this pawn. Maybe. But I think I would just play something like bishop b7 here. Or okay, the pawn is hanging. Okay, so maybe can we protect it? We can play a6 and take on d4. a6, I suspect knight c3, takes on d4. And this bishop is under attack. Nah, I don't think you want to give up the bishop here. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so not a lot of stuff is going on here. Sean Christian took his pawn back. And yeah, we have a typical Budapest where I think only white can be slightly better. Maybe not much though. And he played c5, no, sorry. Jonas played c5. We gotta move, long castle. Okay, let's go back. This was the Carlsbad with h6 and b6. I think I kind of think that white should go for this minority attack here. Try to hold down c5. Either that or go f3, e4. This is the typical. This is the Kasparov move from back in the day. f3, and then you just go rook d1, and eventually you're going to go e4. This is usually the entire point of going knight e2 instead of knight f3, because knight f3 is another interesting line. But when you go knight e2, probably you might want to go f3. Yeah. But maybe I kind of also want to go for this minority attack, but maybe it's a bit too slow here. So possibly, I think Afas knows what he's doing. Queen c1. I'm not sure Queen c1 is needed. Very often you would just want to go King h1 just to avoid all the shenanigans on the diagonal. But maybe he was afraid of c4. But very usually after c4 you just go bishop f5, and there is no problem. Rook c8 looks normal. And we don't have clocks, so we can't tell who's thinking. I'm just the international master, not the GM. Let's have a look here. Okay, the Queen b3, probably straight out of Martin's opening lab. Takes, bishop f5, standard stuff. Getting our pieces out, castling. Rook e1, and he played knight d4 like we talked about. And knight d, I think we should start with developing this bishop before we start getting fancy with knight d2 moves. But I do understand that he kind of wants to play e4 as fast as possible. So this is an idea to play d4, I think. Sorry, e4. And he took on c3. And queen takes. I was thinking we should take with the pawn. And after e4 we have rook b1 and we have some pressure on the open b file. I think c3, queen takes c3 is a bit anti-thematic, but maybe it's also fine. The open c file can be useful. And everyone is thinking. Let's go back to Joachim's game. And Sigve starting an attack. I think he's played quite well so far, Sigve Djurhavden. Doesn't look like white can be much better here. I think if anyone is better, it's black. Unless I'm counting the pieces wrong. Looks like we're equal material. What happens on b5 now? Isn't this scary? Yeah, b5 is coming. Yeah, this is a rapid tournament held in Bergen, Norway. I think it's jointly hosted by Offerspill Chess Club and Bergen Chess Club. No, sorry, Bergen Spill Festival, gaming festival, which is a huge gaming festival. They have chess events, they have Ludo events, they have any game you can imagine, Lego events. It's a lot of fun. And we've seen some great chess as well, which is nice. Joachim Benelsen is on 6 out of 6 points, hoping to reach 7 points. The time control, I believe, is 25 plus 10, yeah. Let's see if we have clocks here. I think it's 25 plus 10. Or is it? Look, maybe it's just 20 plus 10. Not entirely sure. Maybe someone in the chat knows. Yeah, 20 plus 10 is confirmed. Okay, so after b5, he took on d5, which makes sense. And then played g5. I would be very worried here as white. If he can just castle and put everything in a c file, it's gonna be mate. I have to cheat and look at the Stockfish. Okay, Stockfish believes white is slightly better. I believe black is slightly better. But usually when me and the fish disagrees, stockfish is usually right. So 97. Are we gonna go h4 maybe? Try to stop him from castling. Maybe that's the idea. And this bishop on a1, even though it looks a bit foolish on a1, it does a very important job here. Maybe we can go h4, h5, h6 if it castles. Yeah, stockfish is a silly beast at times. But this plan might actually be dangerous, this h5, h4, 3h4, h5 plan. So usually, if stockfish says something, he's usually right. But I would believe that black's attack is more dangerous, but white does have a lot of defenders. So basically white has 2 pieces defending, 3 if you count the king, against 3 attackers, and this pawn on d2 is doing an important job. So it's hard to mate as black unless you manage to bring other pieces into the attack. I agree, it looks really dangerous. But apparently this is... I suspect we're gonna play h5 now. And the knights are a bit foolish. But definitely a good opening by Sigrid Jurauten. He's fighting here. And it's not every day you get to fight against people who are rated almost twice as much as you. So I think you should be happy here. Okay, next game. And this looks horrible for black at first look, but maybe it isn't that bad. It does look horrible. But okay, there's enough protectors on f6, the pawns are solid. Maybe we can go knight d8 and trade off some pieces next. And if we somehow manages to enter an endgame with 2 knights against 2 bishop, black should be better because the pawns are closed in the center, everywhere really. But I think white must be much better here, unless black has something I'm missing. I suspect after... I'm not sure what we do here as white really. Maybe we don't really have any great active plans. Maybe we just have to wait for knight d8 and try to bring a queen to g4. Maybe we go a4, a5. Try to create a weakness or a open file on the queen side. Possibly. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so we left it around, I think after bishop e3, f2, bishop f3, take, queen c2. Black has managed to guard his c4 pawn. And I see someone wearing a very colorful, nice shirt on the web camera. Quite nice. I couldn't make out who it was, but I liked it. 95. I'm kind of feeling that black is better here. I might be totally wrong though. The rook on a5 is a bit silly looking. But the knight on d5 is nice. The pawn on c4 is quite nice. Bishop on e3 is... okay, a4. Yeah, a4 looks good. Maybe black. Maybe... The tournament is being held in Norway, in Bergen, on the west coast of Norway. Very nice city. Highly recommended. Of course, it's raining today, so maybe not take the trip today, but it's nice, very nice coastal town. City, I should say, not town. Yeah, definitely good chess weather. Yeah, I would say the COVID situation is still quite serious even here, but Norway is doing quite well in terms of people getting infected and stuff like that. So we're not doing too poorly, thankfully. There are other countries who are suffering much more than us, sadly. So we have some, I think that it was a month ago, the travel restrictions were loosened quite a bit. So we could have some open international tournaments very soon. There's one coming I think at the end of the month. Offerspill is doing a huge invitational tournament, I think, with players from all over Europe, or at least the countries that are allowed to travel to Norway, which isn't all of them, sadly. But it's definitely still serious. Okay, let's see if John Christian managed to... Ooh, he did manage to get something, I think. His rook is on h6, his queen is on h4. Something is going to come to h3, and... this looks really, really dangerous. How do you stop bishop takes h3? This is coming. It's coming, and there's nothing you can do about it. Or at least I can't see any way to deal with it. It just looks completely over. You can't even play f4, because e3 is hanging. You can't go g3, you can't go king h2. You can't try to swing more pieces over. Yeah, it looks like JK is doing it yet again. This must be completely over. Yeah, and I'm looking at the engine, it's just over. There's no move that stops bishop takes h3 here. So let's see how they got there. We kind of left it around here. Knight e5. And is he playing rook a6 soon? Yeah, he is. Rook a6. Just swinging it over. This is a very nice plan. And the white has to be careful. This is basically the only thing you have to be on the watch for in the Budapest. That these stuffs aren't that dangerous. But here I think it's an excellent idea by Christian. Rooks, this is too slow. Queen h4 is coming. I think we should play g3. g3, bishop g2, h4, and then we pretend that everything is fine here. Maybe we even swing this knight over somewhere. So either g3 or maybe h3, king h2, rook h1 is... it looks slow. I think g3 is the way to go. But this just looks completely over. There's no queen g4. There's no knight d5, knight f4. There's no f4. There's no g3. There's no g4. There's no move. Bishop takes h3 is coming, and it's going to be mate on h2. Okay, so a solid win by John Christian, probably. Let's have a look here. Okay, so we left it after b6, I think. Rook d1, f3, and c5 straight away. Very actively played by black. Trying to stop e4, because I'm pretty sure Jonas is quite familiar with this system. So nicely played. Queen c1, rook c8, bishop g3, knight f8, bishop b1, bishop a6. Okay, so he's just planning to take on d4, maybe? Nah, probably not. Then d5 is weak forever. What are we planning? Okay, so we're threatening to take on e2 and then d4. Or the other way around, taking on d4 and taking on e2. Okay, so we have a nasty threat. Can white stop it? That is the question. Probably just queen d2. I think after rook e1. Okay, I think rook e1 also stops it. Okay, so we have questions. At what Leach's writing is it good idea to start participating in chess tournaments? I really wouldn't worry about writing. Just play. Just find a local club and and go there. You will find people at every level. So I wouldn't be worried about your rating. I would just go and have fun. Yes, I'm from Norway. You can probably tell from my accent that I'm Scandinavian and from Norway. That's a great thing about online chess, though, that you don't really need chess clubs nearby. You can play online. But I think I would highly recommend finding an over-the-board tournament or a club. It's great fun. I would say much more fun than playing online. The online is a nice backup. Okay, next game, f4. This does not look like the move. Yeah, I agree. It's very different. Online and over-the-board chess is very, very different. It's almost like it's two separate games, even though it's the same game. It's very, very different. I think f4 is, I don't want to say horrible, but it's so anti-positional that it can't be good. Yeah, this looks like the right way to punish it. We open this diagonal and we try to play on the dark squares. Looks normal. Or maybe do we take on h4? I'm not sure. Let's check Stockfish. Okay, Stockfish wants to go c4, which is a move I probably never would have considered. But maybe he probably has an idea, but I'm not going to listen to him. I'm going to support taking. Looks normal. Yeah, I think Anita is right. People are way too scared to play in clubs. When in reality, you'll see people of every age, every writing and everything. So it shouldn't be afraid to go to a local club and try a tournament. Nothing to be afraid of. Okay, let's go back to Joachim. And Sigve has decided never to castle, which might backfire. And I think now it's clear that white must be better with the king stuck on e8. But maybe it was better all along. It's possible that this h4, h5 idea was really strong. It's quite possible. Knight e7, h4, rook c8, h5, knight e5. And I was thinking f4. Yeah, I played f4. Knight c6 and g6. Simple, strong chess by Joachim Benilsen. And h takes. Bishop e2. And he's probably just going to take back here, and then the king is quite exposed. Our king is a bit exposed as well, but at least we have protectors. The black king doesn't really have any friends covering for it. And maybe Joachim is going to go 9 out of 9. I think the only top player he hasn't played yet is Kjetil Stokke. Did he play Mats? I'm not entirely sure. So we might see Joachim go 9 out of 9. Which is quite impressive because Joachim isn't really playing that much lately. So it's really incredible performance by him. Let's see if the Jon Christian game is over yet. So after d6, the queen e2, And of course, JK probably blitz. No, okay, yeah, he's actually thinking. Looking at the clock, he thought for like 4 minutes. I assumed he's gonna blitz this out in typical John Christian fashion. Takes, F3 and bishop takes E3. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And after queen takes E3, you have queen H2. After rook F2, you have queen H1. So mate in one move, I suspect. Or I'm pretty sure it's made in one move. Nice win by Jon Christian. Let's see. Oh, I heard a lot of stuff has happened. I think Haldolfsson is just completely winning now. Queen takes H4 is coming. Queen takes H2 is coming. But let's see how they got there. So we left it around here. We left it Queen G3. Rook HG8. Probably planning to push these pawns. H4. I don't like this H4 move. I think we should just try to be solid here. And probably try to create play on the queen side. Yeah, so something has gone terribly wrong here for white. Yeah, Offerspill literally means sacrifice play. It's really doesn't. The word doesn't really make that much sense in Norwegian either, but it means sacrifice play. It's a nice name for a club. Especially a club where Jon Christian Harris in charge. He usually sacrifices a lot, and we see that he won his game. White resigned after bishop takes e3, and I think White was a bit careless after the rook swing. After rook a6, here we should actually start thinking about how do we stop this attack. Because rook h6 is coming, queen h4 is coming, d6 is coming, and if we have to, we can bring another rook just for the lulz. Okay, let's look at Joachim again. Rook a6. Yeah, as JK is saying, the warning bells should go off after rook a6. Because this is really dangerous. And as we saw in the game, is if you're playing a bit too careless, it's just over. Bishop takes h3 is coming, and there is nothing you can do about it. At least I can't see anything. So I think something like g3 or even h3 now, but g3 I think, and then if d6, bishop g2, and then try to be solid. Maybe bring a knight over to the king side. But I'm not sure what can be better here. Black's pieces are quite nice. But okay, let's look here. Okay, so after rook h6, h takes, rook takes, queen f2, and rook h8 looks like a move, and f5 looks like a move. So black has to be careful. Surprisingly, Sigve is leading on time. Maybe Joachim is a bit worried. But I think f5 now is really strong. Or at least I suspect. I haven't calculated at all. But it looks like a move you would blitz out here and hope that it's good. Maybe rook f6. And if we try e4 then d4 and the knight is kind of trapped, which is a bit unfortunate. Yes, maybe f5 is a bit too early. Bishop g4 maybe. Then we move our queen somewhere and we try to... Ooh, the new arrows are a bit tricky. And we try to create some play. The Gamelthorpe strategy. I never heard of that. It's probably sounds like a good strategy. Let's have a look if anything interesting is going on. And this is a rook up for black. What happened here? Let's see if we can find a tactic. Knight d2 takes. Not e4. Why aren't we going e4? Yeah, at least Stockfish said that Halva was completely winning. But I wasn't sure when I looked at it that it even was better for white. But maybe it just was. c5 looks normal. f4 is not the move I would play here. Just weakens your king. Sure, you get some control over the e5 square, but it just looks like it's too much. And takes, bishop c5, e3, trying to cover the weakness we just created. Yeah, and black must just be much better here. The bishop is quite nice. The knight is gonna go to d5 or e4. d4 is weak. The knight is offside on h4. f4 is a giant weakness. I think if the pawn was on f2, then maybe white can still pretend to be fine. But with the pawn on f4, he's never fine here. Yeah, looks solid. Trading off white's best piece. Takes, and this is hanging. There's gonna be a nasty check. Yeah, and that doesn't work. And I assume white resigns here. Let's find the game with... Okay, and Halldorsen just won. Where was we? Yes, we briefly looked at it here, I think. And he just resigns because queen takes h4 is coming. There's not much to do. Queen takes h4 is coming, queen h2 is coming, winter is coming, everything is coming. It's a problem. Yeah, and Joachim played f5. Exciting. Okay, so what's going on rook f6? That is the question. Because I think if rook f6 is not a move, then f5 must just be good. You're just going to take an e6, open the f file, create a weakness on d5. So I think the only move is rook f6. Only move that kind of makes sense. But there might just be something simple here. We have a nice diagonal. I'm kind of leaning e4, but what do we do if he takes it? Do we go d3? No. Anyone have any idea? What do we do here? Maybe we just move the queen. Or bishop g4. I don't know. Let's check the engine. Let's cheat. Yeah, okay, so queen g3. Yeah, okay, so that's simple chess. But I think f5 is a very scary looking move, so probably black is going to spend some time here and probably realize that rook f6 is his best bet to try to keep this structure intact. And it kind of shows how quickly and it can change and how important it is to castle. Because I was pretty sure that when we looked at it around here, that I think yeah, around here that black was better. This h4, h5 idea was really strong. And it quickly led to troubles for white. And he played knight d8, and he quickly takes. And now d5 is gonna drop. And I don't really believe in black's position anymore. It looks problematic. Rook takes, yeah, and all of black's pieces are a bit silly looking. Probably we just take on d5. Free pawn. Maybe bishop g4, picking up a free exchange. We kind of have a luxury problem here. Which piece do we take? I think d5 is the most tempting one to take. But an exchange is also very tempting. That's hard. A hard choice for Joachim. Maybe he's gonna spend all his time and lose some time. Okay, bishop g4 played. Why isn't it automatically updating? Let's go back and forth. There's an octopus in the chat. Hello, squid. Okay, so he's played bishop g4. I wouldn't be shocked to see black resign here soon. Okay. Creating some threats of his own. Yeah, creative play by Sigler. Okay, d3 maybe bishop not bishop b4. d3. Okay, so the threat is b4. Maybe we take an e6 first because c8 is hanging as well. So after b4, we just grab all the rooks. So I suspect we take first. And then maybe this takes just to keep a rook on d4 actually. I was going to suggest taking and then playing d3. I think it's a bit more solid. But maybe d4 is just the same idea. Maybe it's just better. Yeah, but he manages to choose, so he's not going to flag. He's playing quite fast and quite well, so he's probably gonna convert this, I suspect. So Joachim is gonna be on 7 out of 7, which is quite the performance from an old man. Let's see if there's anything new in the International Master game. And this looks really good for black. White has no activity. Every piece is stuck on the first rank, which is a huge red flag. Yeah, I suspect it's just completely winning. Scroll up, or did I do it? I think the board is looking fine, yeah. Queen e3, let's check the engine fast. Yeah, it's -3. Good. So black is just winning. Yeah, and we keep the queens. Of course, we have more space. We should keep the pieces. Well played by Mads. Let's see if there's a development in the Mansour game. Oh, queen against 2 rooks. We have to go back. So c5, queen c1, rook c8, bishop g3. Yeah, and the knight goes to e6. Okay, it's low on. Maybe we should actually watch this, since he's so low on time. See if he's able to convert. Mats has this bad habit of getting into time trouble. But usually he plays really well, even when low on time. So I suspect he will convert this. Yeah, queen g6, why not? Bishop f4. And it's time to play c3 finally. Is it? Why can't I take it? Are you gonna go b3 after I take? Probably. So b takes c3, I suspect we're gonna see b3. And then b2, and then rook a1, and then bishop a2. So this is coming. Oh! Okay. So there's a mate on g2. That's unfortunate.
Okay, I didn't see that. So you can't. Okay, you can't take. Then it's problematic. Yeah, I guess that is problematic. So what do we do then? Rook c2 maybe, but then. Okay, so that's the point of queen g6. So we're actually threatening c3. And you can't take because of mate. And you can't go b3 because of mate, which kind of leaves rook c2. We have to stop this from just steamrolling us in some way. Queen e2 makes some sense, but it doesn't really solve the problem. Yeah, I'm getting bad at scrolling, and then it ruins the entire board. It's a bad habit I have to break. Let's take a look at the tiny web camera. Joachim is finished. Let's have a quick look. What is he? Yeah. So bishop g4, queen c7, d4, rook f6, queen e2. And finally we take the rook. Yeah, and he just quietly brings his king to safety and sacrifices and takes the bishop back and wins. 7 out of 7 for Joachim is quite impressive actually. That's quite good. I wouldn't really suspect that of course he's a brilliant player, but 7 out of 7 is quite extreme. Okay, now the mate I missed is coming. What happened there? c3, queen e2. Okay, just takes everything. Yeah, and it's just completely over. Very nice play by Mats. Unfortunate for Kjetil, but Mats is really, really strong when his play is connecting. Okay, so who is left now? No one is left, and Jonas lost. I thought it was looking quite nice, the microseconds I had to watch it. Bishop g5, knight f4, and d4. Yeah, this looks excellent for black. Okay, so it's getting 2 rooks and a pass pawn on e3 for the queen. Rook takes e5. Maybe we should bring the knight to d4. Probably. On something like knight d4, we can always play f5 here. Kick it back and then still protect this pawn. So c4, can't I just take this? Rook d2, queen e1. Yeah, okay, but it makes some sense to try to activate your rook on the second rank. But I would really try to keep this pawn and put a fat knight on d4, because it really is a fat knight. Yeah, now the pawn is dropping. Yeah, so it looks like Afras got a bit lucky here. Plus this bishop g5 idea and d4 looks really strong. I think black must be better here. He has to. Especially here. This must be... I was gonna say close to winning for black, but then I look at the evaluation. Let's see what Stockfish thinks. Okay, so white is winning here. Okay, you have an extra piece. That changes a lot. So you have a piece and a queen for 2 rooks. I'm just blind. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Let's see what he should have done then. We'll just move the queen. Why can't I take here? Because of this, right? Okay, so this will be clever. Now we're gaining an exchange here. Or at least this pawn. Probably an exchange, because this rook doesn't really have that many squares. Maybe we can go to c3. If you go to d3, then we take, I assume. And it's over. And if this goes anywhere, yeah, it doesn't really have any squares. We just take on e3. And if we take on d2 and exchange up. So queen e7 would have been nicer. And it's of course very easy to find if you have Stockfish showing it to you. Okay, let's check the last game. And we left it somewhere around here. Should be 4, yeah, we saw this. Okay, we did see this game. Yeah, that's just over. Right. So we're waiting for round 8. I think it's 9 rounds, isn't it? Or is it just 7? 8 rounds total, or? Nine total. Okay, so we're waiting for round 8 out of 9. It's going to be exciting to see if Joachim can go 9 out of 9 or if he's going to mess it up or take some quick draws. Hopefully it's going to go for 9 out of 9 for our sake. To keep the entertainment value. And I have to change this board again. Round 8. Ta-da. Okay, so now it should be good to go. We could play some games again while we wait, lose some bullet games, because why not? Let's play something crazy. Okay, this isn't crazy, this is just a French. But okay, I did mess it up, can I? Let's play something like g3, and possibly I should play c3 first, but whatever. Bishop h3 and f5. Yeah. Why not? Long cut, short castle. We're gonna sacrifice something on f7 and we're gonna be happy. But okay, how do we sacrifice something on f7? Bishop c8 probably. Bishop c8 probably. Bishop c8 probably. Yeah. Take. Queen takes the rook c1. Rook takes, so it's gonna go e6, but I don't know if it's anything special. And I'm playing so slowly. We have to speed up. Let's just go bishop h6. Queen f4. Let's sacrifice some. No, maybe not sacrifice. Let's take it on b5, maybe not. Okay. Okay, this is actually not that bad. Let's not get mated. Let's not play this either, as it's a terrible move. Leave under the piece. Okay, this is good enough. Should be good enough. Go. Please resign, don't make me flag here. Okay. We win a game, yeah. First time in a long time, and he offers rematch and leaves. Let's play one more. While we wait. Hopefully we can play a bit better than in the last game. Okay, let's go like this. And now we have tricked him into playing h2. Okay. Or maybe he tricked us. I don't know. No, I think I definitely tricked him. Or no, I blundered. He tricked me. That is not ideal. But it's bullet, so who cares? We're gonna win anyways. Okay. Can I go like this maybe? And pretend that everything is fine. And Chamber Chess is following. I can only imagine who that is. Knight G5, or do we take? We take. F4, Knight G5 probably, or G4 even. Let's go. Let's go. 4. Okay, I missed F5. But now we have H5. Queen takes F5 probably. No, okay, H1. Let's go. We want to give mate, not take pawns. Okay. I think we might be winning this actually. He's so slow. We blunder the rook and we still win. Brilliant chess. Queen G7, Knight F6, Rook King F7, Rook A7, GG. GG, I said. Nice. So we're a winning streamer today. This is mate next move. And nothing is going on the web camera. They're putting up the pieces. The leader Joachim is there. Putting his jacket down. Doing a small dance before he sits down. Using anti-back. So that is how you win the tournament. You use basically good hygiene. That's the trick. Maybe we have time for one more quick game while we wait. Oops. There's no point just sitting around doing nothing. We have to play or do something. Okay. I'm out of book a long time ago. D5 probably. Probably this. Magnus lives in Oslo, the capital. And this tournament is played in Bergen, which is like a 50-minute plane ride, or I think it's 6 hours to drive, something like that. Don't take it, no. C4. And I'm in trouble. G7 is weak. Okay, let's take the endgame. Probably not like that. And my position is dog shit. Pawn? Free pawn? Yes, please. Okay, but he's getting the pawn back, which is a bit unfortunate. Okay, okay, I'm playing a bit carelessly now, which I do not like. Take the pawn, take the rook. And are we really gonna do this? Looks like we are. Fuck my life. Yeah, so he got his draw. No, Magnus is not participating. This is for noobs like me. Magnus is way too good to play to play these kind of tournaments. But it would be fun if he suddenly showed up to a Grand Prix tournament here in Norway. They would definitely win it by quite a lot. Yeah, he played the Chess 24 Legends tournament and he won against Nepo yesterday in the final. So I think he's basically won everything he's played so far. Yeah, it finished yesterday, last evening, I think, while this tournament was going on. And he played excellently. So he definitely did deserve to win it. And nothing is going on the web camera. Yeah, so we're waiting for round 8 to start. And Joachim is 7 out of 7. Clear number 1. Will he make it 8 out of 8? My money is on yes, he will. So you prefer Magnus playing live in Norway? The problem is that when you're as good as Magnus, it's kind of pointless to play these kind of tournaments. It's also maybe considered a bit rude to play tournaments and just farm writing points. But of course he could if he wanted to, but it might be looked down upon. No, Lovlas isn't playing, so there isn't enough strong players for him. That's true. Give us games, please. And looking at the web camera, there is no one there, so I think we're probably a few minutes from game time. So maybe I should go and see if there's more coffee on the can. I don't know, maybe I should ask. I can ask them what is going on. See if we can get the confirmation. Maybe JK is in the chat or somewhere. Okay, so it looks like they're going to the boards now. So in a few minutes we're probably gonna go. I'm not sure who we're seeing on the camera right now. Looks like Halvar with the caps, I think. But and JK in front now. The camera on my screen is so tiny I can't really make it out. But I see a JK and I see a Joachim with 7 out of 7 points. And I believe it's Halvar Flatebø with the caps. And I think we saw Olai walk by. I guess I'm getting confirmation that there is no break, so they're probably just waiting for the round to start. So no breaks at all. It must be exhausting. No break for Lovlas either. I did have a short bullet break though, which was nice. Even though we played terribly. We drew this 2400 guy, which is a bit sad. But you know, this things happens. Yeah, the best stream. I actually used to stream like 6 years ago, I think. So it's been quite a while. But it's nice to be back in the game. It's quite fun when you have a nice chat. And nice games to look at. But we're gonna need some chess moves very soon. Give us the games. Maybe I can. It's already started. 4-4. The highest rated player in the tournament is Benjamin Haldorsen. I think he's 2480. 2480 or something like that. So it's quite close to GM. I could check, but I can check just to be sure. Where is he? Okay, they're just showing the rapid rating in this tournament, so. And the rapid rating means nothing. Yeah, okay, it's already linked in the chat. Let's have a look at him. He is 2470. Quite strong player, and probably the strongest player on the west coast of Norway. He's trying to make GM, so hopefully he's, even though this tournament hasn't been his best, he's still quite a strong player. 2469. Nice indeed. And I haven't started yet. Doesn't look like, so we're still waiting, but they should update the boards by now. Okay, so what are you guys doing? Except watching the stream? Working during the summer vacation. Sounds nice. And we have moves and the database is not going. I have to try to fix this. There we go. Nah, it's just on lead chess we had a slight problem, but it's fixed now. Just have to kick myself again. Okay, so we're back. And this is the, I can't even recall what it's called. Bogo Indian, maybe? Yeah, it's the Bogo Indian. An A5. I think this is a Smyslov variation. And Theo, so we have the youth against the old here. Let's see what John Christian is doing. Did he manage to play another gambit? No, he's playing the solid Caro-Kann. And Benjamin is choosing one of the very annoying lines to play against. This is quite pleasant for white, and I think it's just, really it's just a bit better for white. Well, this line is one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of the Caro-Kann. But then again, I don't really know it that well. And this looks like classical. No, sorry, what's this called? Taimanov. And takes. Isn't this just very good for black already? What happened here? B3. Okay. So that's what happened. So the Larsen line. Not the most, not the best line in the world. But I still see some play at times. D5, bishop D6. I think the cool kids, they go F4 here. But if I recall correctly, this is supposed to be very good for black. No, it's the other way around. You can play this as, you can reverse the colors, and when it's, see if black had one more tempo, you should take here. So this is, white is playing a black opening, which is supposed to be lost. So maybe it's not lost when you're a tempo up. Interesting. But okay. Knight f3, queen e7. Bishop g4, h3. And yeah, and you have to go bishop e2 all the way back because e4 was a threat here. And I don't think you want to go g4 here. g4, bishop g6, and h5 is coming. There's just too much air around the king. Yeah, this just looks like black has his standard white opening advantage. But probably it isn't that problematic for black. You can play them some kind of hedgehog and be solid. But it's a bit sad to have this position as white after 9 moves. And this looks like Benoni. Yeah, looks like a solid Benoni. And very often black should be better here. I don't think black is better here already. I think white still has a slight. Okay, maybe it's equal. Usually in the Benoni, if black is able to exchange one pair of knights, he's usually perfectly happy. And b5 even. Playing a Benku gambit almost. Makes sense. This looks like a knight off. Let's see if it is one. Yes, one knight off. Bishop c4. This is the official variation. e5. You don't usually want to go e5 against bishop c4 because this bishop is quite dangerous. So the standard move here is either b5 or the most mainline-ish move, e6. And I play this line as black when I play the knight off, and they go to like castle, we go b5, then I just go and eat this. Okay, not quite away because this is hanging. I think we go queen c6. No? What do I play? I think I play this, actually. Then knight c5 and then just go and eat it. But it's not supposed to be the best line in the world. Okay, so you went in the last game, this game. Yeah, I think black is just has a slight edge here. Let's see what the mark scheme says. Yeah, Stockfish says that black is half a point up. So a solid start by Afras Mansour. Afras is clearly the rating favorite there. He's a quite strong player. So it's not a shock that he manages to get out the opening alive. But okay, back to board 1. And Joachim has to win to keep his perfect record. And I suspect he's going to try to win. Yeah, bishop b7, and probably we're going to kick the knight with c6. And they go back. The bishop is really nice on d6. Or maybe we're going to go knight d4. Also looks nice. Yeah, not much going on yet. Not here either. And last game. Yeah, you could castle long here and launch an attack. It kind of depends on what you want to do. You can also castle short and play a normal positional game. Or play castle long and play positionally. If you don't, you can castle long and not rush your pawns. But I suspect if you castle longer, you're probably one of the players who wants to go all in and mate them. Let's have a quick look and see if... Ooh! Okay, so yeah, so black is getting punished quite hard here by the e5 move. Knight f5. Are we supposed to take this? I think you're supposed to play bishop e6, but maybe I'm wrong. And g4 straight away, just going for the mate. And this is, I think already this is problematic for black. White has the bishop pair. The light squares are weak. Yeah, I'm not liking black here one bit. Bishop b3. You can't take this because of the fork. But he took. And this is gonna be over quite soon, I suspect. Yeah, this is a bit too spicy for black. He's not gonna survive to tell the tales to his children. Okay. Okay, so not much going on in the other games. Let's just sit here for a while and look at the position. Probably white's next move is just long castle. And then doubling in the d file. And there really is not much black can do. And white can do whatever. You can even castle short probably. This weakness on g2 probably doesn't really matter when there's no light squared bishop. Yeah, this should be mate really soon. Bishop a4, and the king has to go to c7 or c8. I'm not sure. I think like, why aren't we bringing more pieces out? Why aren't we just castling, doubling? Why are we helping his king get to a safer square? I don't really understand. Yeah, it's a check. Probably it's a fine move, but I'm not really... I don't really get why we're helping him. You can go queen c4, but I'm just gonna block the checks, aren't I? Or is there a mate there? Okay, so 97, queen c4, then taking an a6. Maybe that is his idea. Yeah, it does look crushing. So why not just go for this? Agreed. Yeah, so white is gonna win. This looks good for black. The bishop pair, open files. Sure, white has a pawn, but doesn't really do too much on b2. It's gonna be quite hard to unwrangle your pieces here. You have to go rook c1 and b3 or maybe I'm trying to swing my knight to e3, but it's gonna take a lot of time. Yeah, so he played the line with c6, and then he just went back, and he went back. Simple chess, and he's playing quite fast, Joachim, so this is promising. I think black should already be fine here. Bishop g5, and he's threatening to take, and you can't take with the queen because of knight d7. Yeah, it can be quite hard to play the Benoni as white. But I think the problem with the Benoni is that it's losing, basically. No, not losing, but it's very close to very problematic for black, at least. So black has to be very careful, and he has to really know his stuff to play it. Yeah, rook e8 looks like a simple chess move. The threat was, of course, that let's say after h6 you just take, and if queen takes, then knight d7 with a nice fork here. So he just steps out of it. Simple chess. They're both playing very fast, but I think black is better here with the pressure in the open file and good bishop on d6. The knight on a3 doesn't really have that many squares. And meanwhile, the knight on a6 can go to b4. So I think this is pleasant for black. I think black's only, not problem, but maybe issue is that this bishop on b7 isn't the greatest. Maybe we want to bring it to f5 eventually. If I can, it's not that easy to draw with the new arrows, so I have to go like this. But of course, the c6 pawn is hanging, so first we have to kick away this knight, which he does with rook e8. And I suspect, let's say knight f3, I suspect the move is gonna be bishop c8 or c5. I kind of like bishop c8, bishop f5, but it's a bit slow maybe. Maybe just knight b4 first. And this looks fine for black. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so white is a pawn up, which means this probably isn't fine for black. Unless we can take an f4. No, we can't. We can't take an f4 because on h8 there is a rook. Okay, so we're pawn down. That must mean that white is better, I think, unless his queen is getting trapped in some way. Maybe it is. Maybe h5. Then we go like, no, okay, we can't. You can always squeeze out via f6 or h6 to g5. So it's not that easy. Sorry, knight b4 and bishop a6 in which game? Yeah, okay, in the Joachim game. Yeah. Yeah, that's another idea. You can also activate your bishop through a6. Yeah, definitely. Might be even more logical than bishop c8 and bishop f5. Yeah, this is nice. And eventually we're gonna start marching our pawns here. And it's gonna be hard for white to stop. So my money is on Joachim this game. And in this game I think my money is on Halldorfen against Christian because he's a pawn up. Knight g4 here. Yeah, this is definitely a move, trying to expose black by using the spin. Yeah, maybe that's a move. And bishop e7, then I suspect we're gonna take twice and play e3, and maybe we can pretend that we're a bit better here because our bishop is a bit better than his bishop. Yeah, I like this knight g4 move. I don't really see anything better than bishop e7 here, and I suspect we take twice. We go e3, we go rook c1. Then we have to find a way to wriggle our knight back somewhere. Maybe b1 c3 or c2 e1 d3. I don't think this can be a problem for white, at least. Let's check Stockfish. Silly Stockfish. And of course, he just says that black is much better here. There might be a problem with the rook on f1. It's not that easy to avoid all the Yeah, I would also say that this is slightly better for white, but then I checked the engine and it's slightly better for black. So he doesn't agree with us. But okay, let's check some more games. The queen is back out. So white is just a healthy pawn up, and the next moves are probably going to be queen e3, g3, knight f3, knight c1, knight d3, knight d5, I suspect. And if anyone is better, is white with its pawn up. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 6, 6, 2, 2, 1, 1. Yeah, black has the center, but white has a lot of pawns on the queen side. Looks very double-edged. Let's see if Afras is winning. He's launching. He did what we talked about with the long castle and just pushing these pawns. And I kind of suspect that g4 is coming here, and it's going to be a problem. Possibly, at least. It looks like Shettle is just gradually improving his position. Let's see if Sigve has won already. No mate, just an exchange up. And I have to fix the simul. Let's do that straight away. Okay, so he just took an exchange and yeah, this should be winning, I suspect. If I open a new tab, can you guys see? No, that's good. So I can make the... I promised to do a simul later today, so I have to fix that as well. I'll do that quickly while you enjoy this game. If you want to play in the simul, you have to join the team Bergen Spill Festival, I think. And I think it starts when this tournament is over. So I just have to set it up quickly. So I'm sorry for sorry for wasting your time, but I have to set this up. So let's do. Okay, let's look at Joachim briefly while I discuss the terms. Yeah, so you play it like we talked about, or you suggested in the chat with this one, or I think black is much better here. These pawns are not going anywhere, so this is a problem for white. Previous position, This one? Yeah, this one is just lost. But of course, black should play on here and try to create some chances, but they're never gonna be enough. I have to cheat here. I just have to check because I think this was a blunder. How did I look at it? Because this is a really important attacking pawn. Okay, so I'm almost done with this move. And then we can go back to looking at these excellent games. And I think here white is playing quite well with taking on d5 and taking on h5, because this h5 pawn is... Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see with knight f6 and g4. That's probably what black is going to try to do and pretend that everything is going according to plan. But one problem, let's say knight f6, bishop f3, g4 is just bishop takes, isn't it? Oh, it's actually played. Interesting. I was gonna say that bishop takes g4, knight takes g4, queen takes g4, and the queen comes off, but there's f5. And now there's two open files here. This really looks scary. And this is played. Interesting. Let's look at the engine. I can't contain myself. White is winning. Okay. Okay, so white is better here. Just the objective evaluation. But I kind of think black is gonna win this with this dangerous attack. So the engine move is queen c4, but then queen g6. Then what happens? Next move we go rook g8. And h3 is hanging, g2 is going to be hanging, everything is hanging. Yeah, this is problematic, isn't it? Let's cheat again. Let's see what the engine thinks. Okay, he just wants to go king h2 straight into this check here, and it doesn't look like it solves anything, but the engine is the engine. Simple chess. And rook b8, he just wants to take. And then queen d5. No, rook g1 even. Okay. So it is possible to not get mated there with perfect play, but it looks scary. And in a rapid, you have to be very, very calm to pull this off. And a lot of stuff is happening in the Joachim game. Joachim has managed to pick up this d3 pawn. He's a pawn up with better bishops. So this is going to be win number 8. Definitely going to be win number 8. Let's check John Christian. Okay, he has managed to create some activity with his open files, but it looks like he's currently 2 pawns down. He can take on f4. He can take on f4 and get a pawn back. His king is a bit exposed, but maybe he can hide on c8 or something. probably not terrible. I'm just worried that if we give white enough time, it's going to go knight f3, knight c1, knight d3, and then put something fat on e5. There is really nothing you can do about it. But probably, let's check. Let's check with the engine. It's equal. Christian has equalized. This is really messy, so I think they're gonna have their work cut out. And Christian is running low on time. This is gonna be interesting. Okay, let's see. Let's have a look and see if anything is going on. Okay, so we left this after f5, and queen f3 was played. Rook g8, rook ac1, e4. Okay. And now h3 is hanging. And I think this is over, because the queen can't protect the pawn. And if the queen moves, we go queen takes h3. And there's a million mates. You can't defend all of them, sadly. So it looks like Afras is gonna be the winner, as we suspected after this nice attacking game. And I also think Joachim is gonna be 8 out of 8. Queen b8. Okay, so he's threatening a perpetual on the queen here. Let's go back and forth here. And how do you stop that? Queen h3 maybe? Possibly. Yeah. And I suspect we're gonna take on f4 now. Must be time. Takes maybe knight f3. Maybe I can't really believe that this is supposed to be equal. Maybe we are never supposed to take this. Maybe we're just gonna. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so we're supposed to take. After queen d3, we're gonna play. Okay, so we're gonna put pressure. Okay, so we're gonna go something like queen f8 and rook h5 and put pressure on h2. It looks like from the engine evaluation. So that might explain why I'm not able to see why this is equal. It probably only is equal if you play perfectly. Because I'm really worried about this knight ending up on e5, and it should be a problem. Yeah, exactly. You don't really want to block all your pieces. And even white can launch an attack against the e6 pawn. Yeah, I really don't like this for black, even though we have some counterplay. And it looks like Mats has a very solid structure here. There's an open h5, but it doesn't really matter with the pawn on h6. So I like black here. Yeah, but I think the problem is if you try to keep tension, that He's just gonna go like, no, okay, he can't go like this. Yeah, maybe we should wait, but I'm a bit worried he's just gonna take and be 2 pawns up. And JK is running low on time. Oh, he takes the rook. Ah. That is interesting. So I guess his plan is knight takes, bishop takes, and knight f3 we have g4. If rook d1 or knight b3 we have rook h8 attacking h2. This is really creative play by Christian. I don't really believe it, to be honest. I can't really see this being the best move. But it's a very practical choice. Very interesting choice. I'm not even gonna check the engine because I know this can't be a good move. So I'm not gonna check. And let's rather just dream that it might work. But it's gonna put white under a lot of pressure. So it's an interesting move for sure. You wanna go g3? Yeah, but I think when he sacrifices, we should almost always accept if we can. But g3 might be a good move here. Just exchange off the piece. But he took, and bishop takes. I'm quite excited for what white is gonna do now, because I can't really see the move. And stuff is going on in Joachim's game, I see, in the corner. Knight takes f2. He won another pawn. Yeah, so he's cruising into another victory. Yeah, Joachim is winning. Okay, so black just gave back the exchange straight away. So maybe we should actually check this with the engine. Maybe it's clever. No, okay. So this is actually the best line. And queen d3. Yeah, so he's playing stockfish lines. Yeah, so it's a pawn up, isn't it? 5 against 6, pawn up. The e5 square is ours for the taking as white. The attack doesn't look that dangerous. So probably white is better, or he definitely is better. But maybe it's holdable. I can't really see this being holdable. Yeah, I also like white. We're just gonna jump with a knight to e5. Let's go have a look at Joachim, see if there's unfinished. So it's 2 pawns up. And he's gonna pick up another pawn. Unless rook e1 and queen g2. Sorry, queen e2. Yeah, maybe we can play like this. Just hitting e6, but I kind of want to move my knight to e5. Maybe we can go with something like rook c1 and queen b5, c4 in some lines. Just have to kick away the queen first. Okay, let's see if Mats is winning. Yeah, not winning maybe, but this looks nice for black. d4 is weak. The bishop is probably going to be stuck on on f2. You can't really go to e5 because of f6. So bishop f2 probably. Yeah, I think this is just very pleasant for black. He's also threatening to just take the second rank. And there really isn't much white can do about it. Maybe it's just winning. Rook c2 is coming. Maybe... Yeah, knight is quite strong. It's a bit misplaced maybe, but it's still doing an important job. I suspect rook c2 is... Okay, rook f2. Okay, rook castling is clever. Maybe we start with rook c4. Then after bishop f2 we go rook c2. This might be the way. Okay, let's go. Yeah, f 1. Stock 1. Let's have a look. Yeah, so far we were quite happy with black's position. Oh, do we have to give away the bishop? Can't we go bishop e2 here? We don't really want this bishop to become a beast without his opponent. This is a bit ugly. Yeah, and he plays excellently. Even rook. This is a standard banking move. If this pawn goes a3, you just take this square and attack all the weak pawns. And eventually it's gonna crumble. I suspect, okay, just plunder this pawn, but the queen is coming anyways. Yeah, and he just won quite easily. Solid game by Shuttlecock here. And mate. And this we looked at briefly. Sigve just completely demolished him into an endgame with the exchange up. And black managed to create some counterplay, but this shouldn't be enough. Yeah, and he just took back, and he's how many pawns up? 3 pawns up. Yeah, and it should win itself, and the pawn in the game is even easier. And this looks over. King g2, d4 is coming, king h2, the knight is hanging. So Joachim Ben Nilsen is going to be 8 out of 8. Really impressive display. So the only interesting games left are John Christian and Mats against Erik Åsnes. I think Mats is winning. So it's Halvdassen against Hor, which is left. And I think white is just a pawn up. Does have some play, and the knight is coming to e4, which is quite nice. But first we have to solve the fork issue. Yeah, he's 8 out of 8 in a very strong field, so it's quite insane. I think he secured the victory before the last round. I have to check. I suspect he's winning by a lot. Let's check the standings. Okay, he's only 1 point ahead of Benjamin Halvdassen. So he actually, if Halvdassen wins, he actually has to win the 2 last games to be certain of victory. I suspect his kind of form he's been showing, there shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, we're streaming from Norway, indeed. This is a tournament held in Bergen. A really strong, rapid tournament with tons of IMs and FMs and stuff like that. Part of Bergen Gaming Festival. And it looks like Joachim is finished. And Afras is finished, and Kjetil is finished, and Sigve is winning. No, we speak Norwegian in Norway. Because we usually we learn some English as well when we grow up. Oh, I'm dreaming about some, but it's probably never gonna happen. Some mating patterns with queen takes h7 and knight d2 and sorry, knight d7 and rook a3, but it's never gonna happen. But it's a nice dream. Okay, there's just a fork. I missed that as well. Yeah, I guess it's an exchange up. The knight on e4 is really strong, so there might be some counterplay, but the white king is quite safe. And probably it's just going to take here and go queen b5, or what can I? Not queen b5. Okay, maybe it's not as easy as I thought. Maybe there's still play here. So this must be very good for white. Worst case, you can always just go and give the exchange back if he's worried about the knight. He needs a pawn up. So he's a pawn and exchange up, so this should be winning. Yeah, Benjamin should win this. Yeah, I kind of suspect he's just going to take on e4 and then just win the queen endgame. At least now I think he's threatening this. And maybe it's just going to take. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe king g2 first. Yeah, we start with king g2, I think. Yeah, I think he's planning to give back the exchange here. Queen f3 probably. So black has to make sure he's defending this knight so he doesn't lose another pawn. I think if he only ends up one pawn down and the queen endgame is probably quite easy to hold. But if he ends up two pawns down, it should be lost. And the time situation isn't looking that promising for hold in a already probably lost position. Queen g6 is probably getting mated, I suspect. So this might be, let's check the engine. Yeah, it's +4. And does he want to take here? No, he just wants to push the pawns. Push the pawns and create some attacking play. So Hov is losing, probably. Which means that Joachim is going to be 8 out of 8 and Halldorsen is going to be 7 out of 8. So we still have an important last round game. Let's see if anyone can catch them. Afras is 5.5, but he's a bit too far behind. Okay, g4 is a move, and I kind of, even though the engine says this is bad, I kind of agree with the decision. Just get it off, get some practical play, just push the pass pawn and win. Yeah, and as you said, black tries to play g4 to try to keep the king trapped here and maybe possibly give a lot of checks, but it's not going to be enough. Now he can just take here, even if he wanted to. These pawns aren't going to matter much. Or just do nothing. Just chill. Queen f4 looks like a move. Maybe queen d2 is coming and just putting the fat queen behind the pawn. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure this pawn is going to decide the game, and there's never going to be a perpetual one you can hide behind two pawns here. So this should be over quite soon. The d pawn is just going to run. d6, let's go. Or queen f4 is also a move. Yeah, and Joachim won. Let's see if there's any other games still going. This is completely over. Black is winning. Yeah, so we just have this game left, which is quite, or at least kind of interesting, but it should just be winning. And probably next move is d6 if the king goes back. Or recheck and go d6. Dude, I really like the following sound. It's soothing and nice. Yeah, and queen e6. Is that fishes in the chat? That's a bit too many fishes. Yeah, dude, that's enough. And the mods are sleeping, of course, but it's fine. Okay, so d6, queen h8. I think it's calling us fish. Okay, so black can't take the d6 pawn because the h pawn is just gonna run, so we can just go anywhere. It doesn't really matter. But John Christian is fighting quite well here, even though he's 2 pawns down in a completely lost position. King g5, you can't take on d6 unfortunately because the pawn is too fast. Yeah, let's see what the engine says, but it should be hopeless. Yeah, it's +8. Yeah, and the king can, okay. So not king h5 now because h2 is hanging with check. That would be a bit unfortunate. Okay. So queen d2. It's going to give a million checks, and I suspect the king is going to end up on e7 and be perfectly safe eventually. And JK is running out of time, and he's running out of room on his board. He's probably really wants to resign, but he feels like he can't. King g6. And now he can't check because of queen f5. So he tries to gobble a pawn. Okay, you can't. Okay, you can go g4, but you can't take here because it just promotes. d7 is the move for sure. And there can't be enough checks here. The king is just going to go to e8 and hide. So I think this game is going to be over in 2 or 3 moves, probably. Yeah, queen f5, and we go to f8, I think. And now we get another queen, and he can resign. So unfortunate from Don Christian, who almost got enough compensation for a pawn, but I'm not sure. Not sure it was quite enough. Yeah, and king d5. That's not the legal move, so I suspect he resigned. And I'm gonna go for a quick break. And I will be back soon. Just have to figure out how this stuff works. So be right back. Okay. So we are back, and John Christian resigned. Which means that Haldorsen is 1 point still behind Joachim Benelsen. So we're gonna have to go to the 9th round to declare a winner. But I don't really believe Joachim is going to throw this away. He's been playing way too well. Playing like a champion. He's probably going to win. just have to make sure the symbol is up to date. I can link it in chat if you want to play and you're a member of the Bergen Spill Festival team on Lichess. You can play in the symbol. The first 15 gets accepted and gets the opportunity to be crushed by me. Or beat me if you're that good. Or if I play bad. But okay, let's see. Do we have any action on the web camera? No. Not yet. So let's set this up. And we're ready for round 9. It's been a quite impressive rapid. Yeah, no problem. Everyone, the first 15 gets accepted. And I should update this. It starts at 13 UTC. Save. Okay, and the symbol is ready to go. Starts in about 1 hour, so just after the tournament is finished, there will be a symbol. And hopefully the last round will start soon, so we can declare a winner. Maybe we should play a game while we wait. Play some bullet. Okay, so I'm gonna play a Grand Prix approach. Yeah, now it's 11:57. That's correct. I think my position is quite decent here. He has the bishop here, but we're gonna give mate anyways, so it doesn't matter. And he's playing quite slowly. Let's just go and mate him. Why not? Indeed, why not? Let's take. Okay, we should not have taken that one. But it's fine. Yeah, so we're playing in the symbol in 1 hour. We're gonna play. It's gonna be. I'm gonna have 40 minutes, and you guys are gonna have 20 minutes. So I should have plenty of time, and you guys should have just enough time. I think I messed this up somehow. But then he messed up back, which is nice. And we're a lot of pawns up here. A ton of pawns. Okay, let's check. So we just have to not mess this up, and now we can be happy. Yay, and we win. Yeah, it's 40 against 20. So I have twice the amount of time as you guys. And there's still room for 6 more players. And looking at the web cover, it looks like the tournament is completely empty. So we're still waiting for round 9. So while you're waiting, if you're in the Bergen Spill Festival team, you can join the simul. Linked in the chat. Okay, let's do one more while we wait. He tried to lefang me, but no, not on my watch. This is called a lefang, and the idea is that if I go, of course, bishop g7 is the pre-move, then I take back, and yeah, we messed up. But of course, you shouldn't really pre-move in the opening. You should just, yeah, like I did, just keep the move ready. Then you can cancel it at any moment. And there is movement in the playing hall. There is movement. I repeat, there is movement. Maybe we're getting close to the last round. So we're waiting for round 9. And I guess we could play one more game. Why not? While we're waiting. I guess the International Master. Playing the Berlin. No. Not the Berlin. Okay, I don't know this at all. I'm playing too slowly. But it doesn't matter. We're gonna give mate anyways. So we can just chill. Maybe h6. Maybe I should have taken. Probably I should have taken. Let's go like this. Looks interesting. Does it work? Probably not. Does it look fun? Yes, it does. But it doesn't work, which is a problem. So we're losing both on time and on position. Yeah, I'm just gonna resign and just play knight e6. Not ideal, but shit happens. You can't win them all. And still no one at the boards, so we can doesn't want a rematch. Let's play one more. Bullet is really addicting. The Winaver, the poison pawn variation. I never know what I'm supposed to do if they just take back. I suspect I'm gonna take this. Yeah, why not? This is really weird. Can white play like this? F3, I'm gonna c2, I'm gonna take here twice on e3. I suspect I'll do the same now. Queen takes, I take back. I can't castle, but castling is for the weak anyway. Knight b5, I go with this. Okay, I'll take it. And that should be 2 pawns up. No? Yes, 2 pawns up. Ooh, 1 pawn up. But I think this is still winning. Mostly because of my activity. But where is the mate? That I do not know. Maybe we can just gobble a pawn. Yeah, this is running fast. Let's go to f5. Take everything. And this should win itself still, but it's a bit unnecessary to do it like this. And we have movement at the board, so probably a round is about to begin. So we don't have time for a rematch. Let's make sure it's up and running. Okay, so the PGN isn't ready yet, but soon. Okay, so who is playing who? Let's go and take a look. Obviously, you guys can't see this, but I'll. Okay, so there's no pairing yet. But I suspect that Joachim is gonna play Kjetil Stokke, probably. Or maybe Afras Mansour. With white. And I can't really make out what it says on the board. But it looks like Joachim is chilling on board 1. I can't really make out who is sitting on board 2. And hopefully the games will be up soon, so we know who is playing who. So obviously they're ready. Trying to see. So Haldåsen is on board 2 against. So I suspect it's Kjetil Stokke who is playing against Joachim Brynildsen this time. That's my guess at least. Or is it Afras? Afras is really close to board 1. Yeah, it's Afras. And hopefully we will have games soon. So it's Joachim against Afras on board 1. And Benjamin is playing black against someone I can't really see the face of. So I'm not entirely sure. But probably it's gonna be on the live very soon. At least hopefully, otherwise we're gonna have a hard time following the games. And they have started, and we don't have PGNs, which is a bit unfortunate. Maybe I should check that the PGN is fine. So they've started, and I can't really see what they're playing. No games found, says the PGN. Maybe they're having broadcast issues. I'm waiting for confirmation. Okay, so it looks like Joachim just has to make a draw. Of course he's... Of course a draw is enough, but if he loses then he might not have enough tie breaks to win. So there's still hope for Benjamin Haldausen. I'm gonna try to fix the PGN. Yeah, now we're good. I think we're good now. Just had to do some magic. Perfect. Okay, so let's have a look at this game. So it looks like it's a King's Indian. Bishop e2, knight f3. So this is the good old main line. Oh, b4, this is a bayonet, which was made famous by Vladimir Kramnik. Bishop a3, takes, a4. So pretty standard stuff so far. I suspect this knight is going to end up on d3, and then we're going to go a5 and then c5. That's at least a very standard plan. Maybe we can even go to e2 and c2 and e3. Looks like an idea. And Haldausen places Dutch. Okay, so it's a modern turn into a Dutch. And a Maroxy on board 3 with knight g4. Maybe not the most lively of openings, but it should be a game as well. And Shettelstokke, what is this? A Catalan with knight d5. This was also, I think this was a novelty by Vladimir Kramnik. So we're playing Kramnik openings today, which I like. Kramnik is a great chess player. Let's see what Hor is doing. Looks like a Mora gambit. It is a more gambit. I think this is very pleasant for white. Maybe we can even start launching an attack with h4, h5. Let's check the last game as well. Ole Wolfseth mot Ivar Dommersnes. And I have no idea what this is. Looks like some kind of Nimso, really. Only with the pawn on e4 instead of c4. So it's called Horwitz defense. And this looks pleasant for white. We have the full center. We can maybe play e5, put some pressure on h7. d5, and we have a French with the bishop on b7, which isn't ideal. Oh, and we have an interesting move in the Benelson game, c5. And it didn't take. My first impression is that we should take this, but I might be completely wrong because the knight ends up on d4, which means we probably shouldn't take. So I think Joachim is making the right decision there. And this new plan is that either to go f4 or just put every piece in the b file and attack the b6. Maybe both even. It's not much is going on so far. Maybe except here. I think bishop c5 kind of wins an exchange, but of course black is already a pawn up. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so black is a pawn up, so I assume rook e8. And if we go bishop c5, we might just be helping him. He's just gonna let us take this rook. Then take back with the c-pawn and fix his pawn structure. So maybe this exchange doesn't matter that much. And Joachim is playing quickly and confidently. Bishop c1. The bishop has done its job on a3. Now it's just hitting a brick wall. It's time to... Yeah, I'm not sure where we bring it. Maybe d2 to play f4. Maybe just f4, bishop takes f4. But he's playing quite quickly, which is a good sign. And he just needs a draw to win the tournament. But I suspect he's going to want to win. I'll go 9 out of 9. f5 looks thematic. Let's see if there's anything interesting going on. This is still theory. Okay, bishop b3. So b5 was played, and bishop b3. And I suspect that on bishop b7 we're going to go h4. Maybe we start with f4 and go f5 instead. Even though this is hanging. So maybe we go queen d3 first and then f4. No, queen d3 95 looks annoying. So maybe we ignore b4. So f4, b4, f5. f5, b takes, f takes. Okay, you can add this, rook b1, queen g4 maybe. And on king f7 we have knight takes e6. And on g5, what do we have? Just castle maybe? So we're 2 pawns down, but we have a lot of activity. Maybe some sacrifices on e6 in the future. Maybe even right away. This can be an interesting game. I'm hoping for f4. Yeah, I think f5 is such a serious threat that black has to actually do something about it. I think b4 is the only way. Queen h5. Okay, so what's the idea here after b4? b4, what's the plan? f4, maybe? Maybe it's the same plan as we looked at. Or I think it must be f4, mustn't it? f4, f5. But I'm a bit worried that it just takes f5, queen h5, and the pin here is annoying. So I'm confused. What do we do on b4? Anyone have any ideas? I can't really see it. Maybe we take an e6 in some way. Maybe castle, rook d1. Maybe rook d1 actually. Interesting. Do we have clocks? No, we don't have clocks. So we can't tell who is blitzing and who is thinking. Okay, so this is the position. And I'm really predicting b4 because what else does black have? f4 is coming, f5 is coming. So b4 must be played. And the problem is, if after b4, if we just move the knight and just bishop e4, and f5 is no longer dangerous. So this just looks excellent for black. So we need something against b4, and I'm kind of thinking that it might be rook d1. Yeah, but I think maybe queen h5 is a mistake. Maybe we should start with f4, like we talked about. It looks more thematic. Maybe there's a problem there that Justin didn't like. I have no idea what, but maybe there is. So bishop b4 was played. Yeah, it kind of does the same job as b4, so maybe this is even more accurate. Because after f4, it's just going to take on e4, and f5 is never really a problem anymore. So okay, do we go short castle maybe? Or do we go f3? I really don't like this queen h5. Let's see what the engine says. The engine wants to go f4 with a winning advantage, and I think that's the way to go. And of course, we still reserve the right to go queen h5 and f5 even afterwards. I'm also curious if b4 or bishop b4 is the best move here. None, actually. I just want to go knight c6. Okay, f4. No, I didn't play f4. Let's just see what's going on here. And Benilson has a standard King's Indian. Not much going on yet. Let's see if there's other games. Bishop on d6, this looks really good for white. Can we just go e5 and queen e4? I think we can. Why not? Knight e5, queen e4, g6, queen g4, or just c4. Or knight h4. Looks winning. Probably has to go something like this. But okay, maybe there's no hurry. You can't play e5 anyways because we just take it. And f3 is a typical King's Indian structure. Usually the pawn would be on c7, but doesn't change much. I suspect black is going to try to launch an attack here. Now I'm not entirely sure where white's play is, because usually the play is on the queen side. But how do we break through here? Knight b5 looks like a move. Rook f6, probably. And what next? I don't really like this for white. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but it just looks like he has this standard free pressure here. Maybe a5 is the idea. And then bishop a5 afterwards. At least then he has two open files to play with. And I'm looking at the engine, and the engine loves white, so I'm wrong again, which is typical. So apparently this is very pleasant for white. Rook f6, what do we do? A5 probably? I'll go rook, bishop e1. No, I'm not gonna look at the engine. The engine is stupid. Yeah, I assume we go a5. a5, and if he takes, bishop takes, and then we have some squares to work with. Maybe we can lower a knight to e6. Okay, let's go and see if there's things going on here. This looks like almost the same position. Looks like a King's Indian. But it wasn't really, it was a Moderne gone into a Dutch, into a King's Indian. I think Haldorsen is happy here. He's gonna launch this. He's probably gonna take here. It's probably go g5 and h5 and g4, and I think he must be better. Yeah, or even rook b8, and the same idea. But he did take, knight takes, and I suspect g5. And it's kind of unclear how white is gonna get enough compensation here. Don't really want to castle, do you? Maybe you do. g5, maybe f3, h5 castles. Nah, g4 is... Okay, so king is kind of trapped here after g5. So g5 played, f3 played, and h5 probably. Yeah, I assume we're gonna see h5 here. And I'm not really sure what white is gonna do. Let's check the engine. And it's +1. Apparently c5 is really strong. Which kind of shows my understanding of the King's Indian. So f3, h5, c5, and if we take it, then what? Maybe knight c4, knight b3. Okay, knight b3. Okay, so we don't take it. That's for sure. We go g4. Okay, but then we have to take with the queen, which is a bit unfortunate. Okay, so I'm starting to understand what Stockfish is talking about. Because we can't take with the pawn here because the bishop is hanging. So we have to take with the queen. And if white just survives now and goes into like bishop g1, then there might be some issues here. And you're never gonna mate with just a pawn. This is interesting. And this is interesting. And Mats won already. e1, so far so good. And f5 is probably not the move here. Okay, yeah. So he just blundered the piece. And I think f5 is way too early. Way too early. You're just ruining your king side, ruining your structure. And also you have to take with the rook here, which is unfortunate. So this is not ideal. And how is Stocky doing? Looks like he's doing fine. This must be much better for white. Something like bishop takes d8 and rook d1 or rook d1 first. Looks like it should be winning. And Christian, okay, so we left it around. We left it after bishop b4. We played castle. Takes. No, what? No takes? What? Why not? Rook e1 maybe? Then f5? Okay, so he played knight c6 and knight f5 came. And this... I have no idea what this is. Probably it's better for white. But I can't really believe why we didn't take this. Is there a trick I'm missing? Rook e1, f5, f3, bishop e7. And I suspect we're gonna take an e6 in some way. And maybe this is just horrible for black. Bishop g5 or taking an e6 first turn and then bishop g5. Yeah, this looks really ugly. And then the bishop goes somewhere. Yeah, so maybe that's why I didn't take. But I do feel like there should be something here for black. Don't have to go f5. What is the threat? Maybe just castle. Yeah, so yeah, I don't understand. Let's just watch the game. Or maybe we can check with the engine first. Okay, so you just play quietly like this. And castle, then this is hanging, yeah. And after queen e7, then rook e1 and castle, then takes. Okay, so there are some tricks here, which is probably what he was worried about. So he went knight c6, knight f5, takes, queen c7. At least we can take in g6 and take an h7, maybe put a bishop on g8. And white must be better, no? On long castle, we're probably going to go a4 and launch an attack here as well. Probably would take first, though. It looks like Stocky is finished. But this is walking around. What happened here? Okay, so it's an exchange up. I didn't even notice that. He's just gonna gobble this pawn and run. Or maybe there is no defense against rook b8. Yeah, this looks hopeless. So queen e8, queen a7, and rook b8 is coming. Knight d7, we just take it. So he resigned here. And what happened here? Yeah, as expected, a5, and it didn't take.
We went queen g7. Takes, c takes, rook b8. And probably rook a6. Bishop a5, knight b2, knight c4. This must be good for white, I think. Maybe even rook a7. I played rook a6, and I suspect this knight is going for a small journey soon to c4. And if this knight gets to c4, then white must be winning, I think. Just doubling and use the a file to our advantage. So I suspect Joachim is going to go 9 out of 9. Even though this is clearly not over yet. It looks promising. And what happened there? c5 was played, yeah. Got 7, I see 6, 28. This is a typical Benjamin position. So maybe he's happy here. I can't really see how we continue after something like just taking. Like what is our move here? Knight g5. I think we take and go knight b7. h6. And what's the plan? King g7 maybe and rook h8. Yeah, that looks like a good plan. If we can exchange off the rooks here, maybe use our queen in the open h file, maybe we have some play. And this was over. This was over. Yeah, a4 played. So takes 95 a4 as suspected. And Christian is going for the mate. And it just looks like white is much better. He has the bishop here. He's just a pawn up, and the pawn is an h7 of all places. He's going to open the a file. Going to put pressure on the b file. And unless black is able to create some counterplay with, let's say, queen c6 and maybe threaten on g2, then this should be very hard. And this, if we go, yeah, so e5 came. Yeah, and this must be okay. Maybe d5 is mistake, because I want to say that this isn't that clear anymore. If you take d5 is hanging, then I can maybe go back to e4. But it should still be better for white. The bishop on d6 is a monster. Queen f2 isn't... Okay, so knight has to move. Okay, as this is an easy solution, a good solution to the problem. We're just moving the queen away from the pin. The knight has to go somewhere. Don't really want to go to any of these squares. Maybe queen b6. Maybe the knight doesn't have to. So we take first maybe, and then rook c8. Because on this we have queen b6, putting the piece back. So maybe we can go like this. And if it takes, we take on d5. If it takes here, queen b6, king h1. And we should be okay here, no? Black should be fine, I think. This pawn can be dangerous, but it's also kind of protecting our king. g2 is weak, rook e2 is a threat.
That's a good question. You should probably ask the tournament organizers. I'm not sure which tournament you're talking about, so I can't really answer your question. You should probably check with the organizer. So I suspect b takes c4 is a good move here. Unless there's something I'm missing. Okay, let's go back. And the b6 pawn here is protected. The knight ended up on c4 as suspected. So after rook a6, queen rook b7, bishop a5, just as we predicted. Queen d8. Okay, so how do we make progress there as white? Rook a7 at the right point might be a move. g3 might be a move. Rook a1 is definitely a move. I think maybe that is simplest, just rook a1. And on any move, you just go bishop c3, then rook a8, because you can't take on b6, because you just take and go on bishop a5. Okay, bishop c3 straight away. Okay, it's the same point. You can't take on b6 because I take, then I go bishop a5, winning material. Okay, so bishop h6, queen b3, queen a8. Okay, so the standings, Joachim Benelsen is leading by 1 point. He has 8 out of 8 in front of Benjamin Haldåsen, who is 7 out of 8. And I believe that if Joachim loses and Benjamin wins, then Benjamin is going to win on tiebreaks. I suspect. I'm not entirely sure how they calculate the tiebreaks. Yeah, 8 out of 8 is insane. He's playing like a god. Okay, then he's winning again. The very simple knight a5 and knight c6, and this is going to be over. So it's going to be 9 out of 9, the madman. Really incredible. He should be proud of himself. Let's go back. a4, g6, queen h3 looks normal. g5, takes. Okay, so who is mating who here? It's probably white is mating black, I think. Can't we just go something like rook a7? Yeah, and just as I said, he plays rook a7, queen c6, rook a1. And Joachim is winning an exchange. He's a full exchange up, but black did manage to get the pawn he was down back. But this should win slow and steady. I think maybe even after knight takes b8, you can go bishop a5 if you want to. After takes rook b8, there's rook b1, and the bishop is, for the knight is pinned. So I suspect Joachim is going to win all his 9 games. Really impressive performance. And what happened? Knight takes, and I'm kind of thinking that this is a good move. bishop a5. It looks annoying to deal with. Then just exchange everything and put a new rook on a1. And he's also up on a lot of time, so he's gonna win this. So it's gonna be 9 out of 9. And then in the second place, I think Benjamin is a full point ahead of, who was it? Let me check. Against Mats. And Mats won. So unless Benjamin loses, we're gonna have Joachim in first place, Benjamin in second, and Mats Vestby Ellingsen in third. So three of the 4 IMs takes the first spot. Solid performances. Okay, so after rook a7, he plays g4. He's gonna take here probably. But he can't. He can't because there's bishop d5. So he has to start with queen c6. Then maybe rook. Maybe rook d1, I was gonna say. Just to go bishop d5, but I'm unclear what's going on after d5. But now this, okay, this looks good. This diagonal is blocked. Yeah, and Joachim goes for the bishop a5 line. The point being that after takes rook b8, we just get the piece on b6. So the rook is protected by this threat, or this trick rather. Probably we're just gonna take here and take and go rook a1 and just penetrate on the a file, and it's gonna be completely over. So 9 out of 9. Sorry, bishop d5 after rook takes h7. Are you on? Yeah. Oh, it's played, and he didn't go bishop d5. Weird. Is there a problem here? Okay, maybe the... No. I was thinking knight f3, but with the point g takes, just take like this. But you just take with the bishop. No, then, okay, so maybe this is the point. Maybe. So he went for rook a1, which is also another interesting move. He's threatening bishop d5 at least. I'm trying to make rook a8 work, but it just works. So let's say a move like rook a8, we just go rook a8 and check on a7, and we'll pick up the queen and we win. Okay, and d5 then, probably the only move, at least that I can spot, that doesn't lose to bishop d5. Maybe just queen f4 with the same idea. Yeah, I think it looks really strong. Let's cheat. Let's look with the engine. How is this? Okay, it's equal after queen c6. And queen c6 was played. I didn't see this move, which is really unfortunate. So queen c6, that's a really strong move by Sigve Hølland. So what do we do now? Okay, we have to check. Did we have bishop d5 here? We kind of did. Okay, so the line is knight f3, G takes, queen takes, F takes, bishop takes D5, and then just taking this pawn. And as these pawns run really fast, so this should be winning for white. Okay, so now we know. Also, rook D1 was really strong according to the engine. Okay, so this is going to be an interesting game. Let's go back to Joachim and see if he manages to win this. Bishop F6. I think any move here. Rook A1, bishop takes B6, rook takes B6 should all be good enough. I'm just going to take everything, queen A4, rook A1, queen A7, and it's going to be over. So this game is over. This is far from over. Let's just check the eval. Okay, there's a nice trick here, which I would never have spotted. What? So knight takes E4 wins. For some reason. And I can't figure out why we can't take this. Is it because of some take here? Yeah, it must be. It must be bishop takes C6, D takes, and rook takes. Okay, bishop D8. Okay, simple chess. Simple chess. And after knight takes, there's queen A1 and F3. But okay, I kind of understand that he didn't find this. He went knight D8, and it's supposedly equal according to the machine. So knight E4 would have been a nice shot. Okay, queen C6, and from Christian is sinking. And it's quite difficult to find a good move here. Charleston is not playing, no, sadly. He's a bit too good for this field, I think. Okay, and rook takes B7. Yeah, Nilsson is just cruising. Queen A7 is coming, and it's just going to start gobbling all the pawns. Of course, it's going to take some time to win this, but it should win. At least he's never losing this, so he's going to win the tournament. So congratulations to him. And bishop D8. And Thomas Ekningstad is running a bit low on time. Okay, so rook takes B7, king takes B7. I suspect rook A7, king C8, and maybe queen F4. Again, Christian is hitting them with the exchange sacrifice. Yeah, so queen F4 happened. I think maybe we should have checked first just to avoid rook A8. So we should probably start with a check and then go rook queen F4. Doesn't really matter where the king goes, we go queen F4 anyways. Because here I would be a bit worried about rook A8 just fixing all our problems. Maybe there's rook D1. Interesting. Yeah, and Ole is not a piece up, he's a pawn up. Yeah, I think so as well that rook A8 that looks like a clear improvement for black. But I'm not entirely sure it's correct. Rook D1 might be really strong with this mega pin. But maybe we can just take and C3 and go knight C6. Okay, so what happened here? He went G3. Yeah, looks like a good plan. And he took. I thought he should try to keep it close. Maybe it's impossible. Queen c8, why not just queen a7? There's no squares here. Okay, yes, he wants the bishop on e6. That's much as... Okay, yeah, this looks very, very strong. Strong play by Joachim. Simple chess, just improving his last piece, and then it's going to go queen a7, and it's going to be all over. Okay, so how is this? I suspect black is better now. He has to take back, and then takes rook c2. Yeah, looks like Benjamin is gonna win this. And if that's the case, Joachim wins with 9 out of 9, Benjamin in second with 8 out of 9, and Mats in third with 7 out of 9. All very respectable scores. And now rook c2 is gonna come. Bishop b5, and it's gonna be all over. Let's verify with the engine. Yeah, it's -5 after rook c2. Yeah, so solid game. It looks like he was kind of in some trouble here. At least the engine thought so. After c5 here. But he worked it out. Guess what happened here? Rook a8, rook d1. This is interesting. Bishop d5 is coming. We have to move the king or the queen. Where do we go? Queen a6. Or king c somewhere. King c8 probably. Yeah, king a6 would be unfortunate because there's mate. King c8, bishop d5, queen a6. I'm not really sure what we're doing here as white. So rook takes h2 is played, queen takes, rook takes, bishop d5, rook h7. And black is gonna end up pawn up. That's a bit unfortunate from the position we just had. I think white is completely winning. Winning here. He must be completely winning here. Pawn up, bishop pair, free play, should be winning. So it's a bit unfortunate that he didn't manage to win this. And Joachim won. And Benjamin is gonna win. This pawn is just gonna promote. Knight g5 is coming. Should be over. Knight g5 now. So this is the last game. So again, Christian has to defend a lousy opponent game. There is still room for 2 people in the small. I'm gonna link it one more time. So if you're a member of So we're just waiting for Christian Haar and Sigve Helland to finish up, and then we will do the simul. But it might be There's room for 2 more if you want to play and you're a member of the Bergen Spill Festival team. 1 more. Yeah, so I suspect this is just lost, to be honest. D5, D4, then the B4 starts running. It's never that easy when you have a knight against a bishop, but this should be winning. Let's see if Sigve manages to convert. Yeah, and the Stockfish confirms that it's -3, so it should be winning. Yeah, this is a good idea. Just knight D3 and threatening mate, and then D5, D4, B4, and it should win itself. D3. And I suspect, even though we don't have clocks, I suspect they're running very low on time, since this is the last game. There can't be much time left. Let's just check Benjamin is converting this. Yeah, Knight G5 next move. Yeah, he's winning. Come on, Sigve, Knight D3. And G3, yeah, and now D5, B4, D4. Okay, maybe this wasn't ideal, because I think you want this to be the pass pawn, not the D pawn. Okay, so you're just gonna move it. Okay, this makes sense. Just move it to F3 and then go D5, D4. And then push the B pawn. This is nice play by Sigve. We have the nice follower sound. Seed deck just followed. Welcome. Watching the last round of the Bergen Offerspill Rapid Grand Prix. Joachim Benilson has secured the victory with 9 out of 9 points. Benjamin is going to end up in 2nd place with 8 out of 9 points, and Mats is going to end up in 3rd with 7 out of 9 points. So great tournaments for everyone. And I think probably Kjetil Stokke ends up in 4th, or I have to check. Yeah, he's currently in the 4th place. So we're just waiting for this game to conclude, which will really soon. This just looks hopelessly lost. White has no activity. He's a pawn down. That's a good question. Why do I want this pawn to be the pass pawn, not the D pawn? I think there's a few reasons. One of them is that it's harder for this bishop to defend, and the other is that the king was further away. Yeah, that's a good point. But I think the most important part is this bishop. So you want this bishop to have a hard life covering all the squares, and it's easier to cover, let's say, D2 than B2. But he plays this. Is there a trick I'm missing? Okay, the rook is hanging, of course. Yeah, this is over. Rook A4, then probably, I don't know. Okay, but Sigve does That's the other way around, but it's probably more than good enough. Knight e4, knight f3, and you can just take the pawn in the game. And it's gonna be over. Rook e2, we just take it. Take everything and we win the pawn in the game. So he's probably going to resign very soon. And then it's time for the small. Take it. Take everything off the board and it's going to be over. And in the meantime, I assume Benjamin won. Yeah. So this is the last game of the tournament. And Sigve is going to win. And maybe he's playing until mate just to see if he has the technique. But this is clearly just winning for black. Just gonna push this pawn, then we're gonna go and gobble these pawns and promote the queen. And I suspect he resigned, or they're still playing, according to my web camera. But they should be over soon, so we could probably... And he's still playing, and he refuses to resign. But it's time to throw, and did he just... No, he's still playing? Is he gonna have a mate then? No, I'm not just math nerd on leeches now, I'm Lovelace on leeches. And he... I think he resigned now. Or... Yeah, they're putting out the pieces, so he resigned. Okay. I think it's time for simoles. So we're playing a simol in the Bergen Spill Festival. So let's go. It should have started at 3, but the game was a bit delayed, so we're starting now. Let's go. So we're white against Igrok. What do we do? D4? Knight F6. Let's just play normal chess. And I didn't have auto switch on. That's a mistake. Let's play E4. Let's go Knight F3 against Løvik. Let's go C4 against Harold. Maybe B3 against Goodness. Okay, I'm white all games. That was a mistake, but whatever. I can take white. G3 against Tightgoose. Let's go E4 again. D4 against Merville. C4 against Albino. Against Train to Busan, we should probably play properly because I know she's a good player. Let's go E4 against King Carlo, whatever it was. No, I'm not playing F4, it's too bad. We should play, at least try to pretend we're playing proper chess. E4, C4. Okay, so we have a French. And something. Let's play G2 first. This is the same French. So which land should we play? Should we play the Vinavar, the Tarash? I'm thinking we should go Vinavar, Tarash. Let's go Tarash. That's E3. I guess we have this. We have a Dutch. We have a Spanish. Probably an Imswindian. So what should we do here? Knight f3 probably. Let's just play simple chess. Let's play queen c7 as well. This is a Carlsbad probably. And that's g6. Okay. Queen c2. Yeah, let's play d4. I don't really know this, but how bad can it be? If it's good enough for the big boys, it's good enough for me. I should close to other tabs so I don't get a lot of notifications. Is he gonna play the Norwegian variation? Okay, so we have 2 Carlsbad. I didn't even notice that. Okay, I'm still getting notifications. Why? d5, is that a move? Okay, so I definitely do not know this. Let's take in c5 and see what happens. Let's play normal Catalan. I'm not really feeling the Grünfeld, to be honest. But I kind of want to play the King's Indian, so let's do it anyways. Rook e8. Let's go 92. Castle. We could go for the d3 lines. Yeah, let's just castle. I'm also thinking queen a4 here, just to have some fun. e3. What is this? Knight f3. This is a weird looking. Jeez. Okay, I should play properly. Not h4. Let's castle. Let's play normal. Because this is King's Indian. Let's play the. No, okay, let's castle first. So this is super weird. e5. Let's go h3. Pay respect to the German doctor. I'm not sure who you're talking to, but sure. Can we go f3 here, or is it too early? Ah, right, the Tarrasch. Yeah, I get rid of the Tarrasch. I kind of regret my choice now. Let's go f3 already. So I don't really remember this. The plan is we want to go d4 in the near future. So we kind of want to go king h1, we want to go rook d1, we want to go f3 and e4. And black wants to go knight e6, knight g7, bishop f5. So I just have to make sure I'm doing everything correctly here. Let's start with rook d1. Let's go queen c2, just bringing our pieces out. Bishop d3 looks normal. He takes. Do I go bishop d5? We will need to get our pawn back, so either rook e1 or bishop d5. Or queen e2, of course. Let's go rook e1. I can't really recall what's the correct move, but. And the bishop is hanging, we have to move it. And now f3. It must be time. Maybe we should play knight f3 in this game instead of knight e2. This is the old main line. Can I go knight e5 here? We should just go g3. So we should finish development before being fancy. So I think we start with g3. Yeah, let's just play simple chess. Maybe knight g5 is a move as well, but let's just play g3. c5, this is either gonna be a Benoni or a Benke. Let's see. This is the Tavash. This castle. And very often in this knight f3 lines, you want to go to e5, you want to play f4, and then just stand there and be pretty. Let's go bishop e3 as well. We have to take back. Take this. I think we're supposed to take now. And the idea is that, okay, I didn't have time to explain it. The idea is that when he takes back, he's always going to have an isolated pawn on d5. And isolated pawns are nice to play against. Bishop f4 probably. Here. Let's go here. Bishop g5. I believe this is still the main line. Now we go knight e5. Okay, I blundered a nice trick here, which is unfortunate. Yeah, so she did a nice trick here, which doesn't play c6, and I should have realized this before I walked straight into the blunder. So I shouldn't play f3, I should play... Not entirely sure how I punish it. Maybe I should go rook b1 and b4. Because the problem now is if I take here, h4 is hanging. If I take here, she has enough protectors on e4. So this is problematic, and I walked straight into it, which is unfortunate. But oh well, what can you do? It's not the end of the world, hopefully. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. We have to take our piece back. And this is the Benke gambit. p6. Let's just go g4. Queen a4. We should get this bishop out probably. Like this. And here we have a nice isolated pawn to play against. How do I take this? With the rook or with the bishop? Probably with the bishop, right? Okay, so he wants to attack my pawn. Let's just go bishop e2. No, knight f5. He's hitting this pawn with 2. I think we can protect it and force it back with g4. What is this? With d5. Of course, we need to bring this bishop out somewhere. Either to G2 or to D3. I'm thinking D3. And he took straight away. So I play B3 here. Yeah, let's go for it. It's gonna be sick, B3. I need to protect this pawn. Three games inactive. That's unfortunate. But it happens. Okay, now it's time. Now we're fully developed. Let's go knight G5. Let's see where he's gonna put his bishop. Let's go. No, we can't go back because of B4. And bishop F6 is now a threat. Should we go D4? Yeah, we're a pawn up. Bishop D3, and I'm gonna play G4 if he castles, I think. Ooh la la, indeed. Let's just play normal chess. Bring the queen out. Take the pawn. Take the queen back. Bring the rook out. Go home with the rook. It's a bit too far away. Let's go home. And I think should we long castle? Yeah, let's long castle and play H3, D5. Looks like fun. Bishop E3. We can just give him the B2 pawn. It doesn't bother me. Let's take an E6. Of course, he has a fork here, but we're just gonna move and give our own fork. Okay, I don't know about that. I won't be rapping today, sadly. I will have to save that for another stream. And our bishop is hanging, so we should move it to an active spot. And I think F3 is the most active one, so let's go there. And I think E4 looks promising. If he takes, we take the knight. He takes, we take the queen. We win a piece. Here we win a pawn. And now we castle short, long. Where do we castle? Short castle, then knight C2, and stuff is hanging, and we're getting a lousy pawn structure. I don't like lousy pawn structure, so I'm going to castle long and give him the A2 pawn. Is this possible? Can I take this? Takes. Something takes. E5 is another move which might be good. E5, knight D8, takes. Or takes. No, not takes. There must be something there. Queen C5. So if I take, he takes on D5, and then we have to be clever somehow. But where is the clever move? Queen C5, Queen E8, takes on B7, takes on B8, takes on A6. It's not so easy. We have to make a choice here. It probably should be takes, I think. E5 knight d8 takes. Looks a bit unfortunate to have to knight somewhere. Maybe it's good, but let's take. Yeah, this is horrible, but we are gonna fight on, of course. Rook d3 probably. We have to protect against its fork. Now we go f4, and our fat knight is on e5 forever. He can take this if he wants to, but it's also threatening a4. Maybe we go. No, we don't go queen d2 because of bishop b4. Maybe we go rook b1 or we castle. We should castle. We should castle, I think. The b2 pawn doesn't matter. Okay, I think this is the wrong move out for. I think you should take with a knight. Because now I can take on f6 first, and then take on d5. I think I'm winning a piece here. We check, we have to move the king. Let's just protect against the knight b4 threat. And here we should be a pawn up, so let's just exchange some pieces. Take the hanging pawn. Bishop b2. c6, and this should be over. Okay, so knight e2. We just need to protect this pawn on c3 so we don't blunder anything. And the piece is hanging. And I'm not sure he should take there because he's opening the f file. And now we have some nasty threats against the f7 pawn. Should we double defend that though? I think we should. So we go a4. Okay, the d4 pawn is hanging. I just noticed. Maybe we go bishop f4. Or bishop b3, bishop b3, yeah. Okay, let's go h3 and g4. Okay, maybe it's not as dumb as I first thought. Let's go queen d3. We have to find a way to protect the e3 pawn. Knight e5 looks like a good move. This is hanging. Check is coming. Okay, maybe I have gotten myself into some trouble here. f4, knight takes c4. Knight g3, knight f3 takes. Maybe long castle. Bishop g2. Bishop f4. Nah. I need to get this guy out. Even though I'm losing my bishop here. But I think after bishop g2, knight c4, queen d3, if he takes, he's gonna have to play e5, otherwise I play e5. So that might be fine. Even though our bishop is a bit silly on g2, then maybe we can go castling an f4. Yeah, let's do it. Or do we take it? We take here first, I think. 95. No, it's hanging here. Rook f1. I'm not really worried about d2 bishop. This is my bad bishop. If he takes it, we're perfectly happy. So let's go like this, and then 95, and then g4, and then we go ham. a6. I suspect we should take this and go bishop g5, or should we start with bishop g? No, we should take. Otherwise, she's gonna take her pawn and go b5 and protect it. I wouldn't want that. And now I think we should take and go c7. And there really is nothing you can do to stop us from queening or getting its rook. So let's do that. We have to be careful that we don't blunder this pawn, which is very important. So I think we should start with knight c3 here. Yeah. And let's bring our pieces out. Bishop g5. Last piece is out. Let's just exchange everything. Can we go e4? Nah. Knight c5. Yeah, why not? Maybe we should go a3 first. Just to stop knight b4. Can we castle here? He takes this, we take, he takes, I take, you take here. We need to maybe. Yeah, we need to. Let's go to f5 with this knight. Launch an attack. Didn't even take here. It's very accurate. Can I go f4? I think I'm winning a piece here, no? f4 if he takes... Okay, e3 is hanging, right. So that is his idea. I take the rook, he takes the bishop, rook king f2, he takes an f4. Interesting. Takes an f4, I take. Okay, this is actually maybe a problem. Let's just castle. I don't want to get into all this. Or my queen is trapped. I didn't say rook g7. Okay, what if we start with g5? Does that change anything? g5, queen f7, f4, takes. What if I just don't take the rook? Okay, we have to, let's start with g5 just to... No, let's start with f4. Yeah, the arrows are getting out of control. Yeah, so f4. I'm not sure at all what's going on here, and I might be losing, but I can't really help myself. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Should we 6? Should we take this? Yeah, let's take it. Rook c8. Just swap everything up, and then we win the endgame. Simple chess. I think we'll take it back with the knight, and then we go f3 and e4 or something like that. Yeah, and this is our big trouble. Problem, not trouble. Maybe queen f3. No. Queen takes a7. Take some b2. e2 is hanging.
But how do we stop that from happening? I think my position is just complete garbage. Queen f3 doesn't really stop rook takes b2, does it? Queen c6 doesn't stop it. Yeah, the tournament is over, and Joachim B. Nilsen took 9 out of 9 points. So he's a definite winner of the tournament. Pretty impressive, to be honest. So let's just go for it. Yeah, we have to take care, I think. Or do we play quietly with this? I think we take, takes, and then some silly looking move. If we take here, takes, king d2. That might actually be the way to go. Yeah. Yeah. I can't really recall which game is yours, to be honest. So let's see if it shows up. Okay, so this is you, and I'm not entirely sure. Because I thought, when I was just looking at it briefly, that I thought this was... I think b6 is a mistake. I think you should either play something like a6, b5, or play c5, e5 stuff. I don't think b6 is the right way to go. And I think possibly this is a mistake. I'm not entirely sure. It kind of depends on how the game is going to end. Because I think I'm winning a pawn here. But this might be a mistake by me, knight d2, because it allows this very strong, it's very strong knight d5, which I completely missed. But if this works for me, then this can't have been very good for you. But if it doesn't, then maybe it's fine. And I guess we're gonna find out, because I can't really stop myself from playing the most critical. King f2 maybe. I think king f2 is the sensible move here. But we can't always be sensible. Okay, so queen takes, knight takes, king d2, rook d8. And I think I should be scared. Shouldn't I? King c1. Let's go for it. We don't have time to... Oh, did I miss this? No. Yes. Okay, I completely missed this. I think. I'm not sure. I didn't miss it, but I didn't think you could play it. And then you do it anyways. So do I take it? Do I go knight somewhere? I think I take it. Then I take on b2. I take on b6. Takes. B2. Okay, wait. I think we should take it once at least. Queen f3. And how is this materially? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're pawn up. I like being pawns up, so let's just take the endgame. And do we take on e7 or do we take on b2? That is the question. I think we take on e7, and then we pretend we're still better, even though we're probably not. At f4. Yeah, this is horrible. This is horrible.
So how do we unhorrible this? I don't know. Knight f4, knight d3. And we can probably just resign after that. b1 takes, queen g5, g3. Let's try. We have to fight on at least. Let's go g4. Okay, so now we want to put the fat knight on d4. So let's go e3. Knight d2 and something. I was thinking bishop d2 c4 here. Yeah, king d2. Now I can't take, can play f5. So I'm trying to make knight takes d5 work because of this pin. And I think maybe I can make it work by playing f5 first. f5. Or I could go rook c1, also looks very, very natural. Okay, f5, knight somewhere, then I take. f5, knight g5, bishop g3. Yeah, let's start with f5. It can't be that terrible. We take the hanging pawn. Queen d8 is a move, definitely. And I might be losing here. Yeah, this doesn't look too good, to be honest. We have to make a move here. Queen h17, queen h4. No, I think you're making the right decisions here. King c1. This pawn is hanging, knight d3 is coming. This is less than ideal, to say the least, but we're running out of time. We have to play fast. Takes. So we take on b6 and then go c7, c8. Here we should go h4. Yeah. Let's just move the bishop out of the way. d7. c5 again. Yeah. Knight d2, knight d4. That is the plan. Bishop g3. Let's go rook c1 first. c4. Try to get some play in the middle there. Rook b1. Yeah, this is no fun either. And this is no fun. So we're getting crushed on two boards. That much is for sure. But we have to fight on. He took, which might be a good move. Let's go f4. Let's just try to mate him. And do we take this? Probably should take it, shouldn't we? Should we go here? let's go here. Push this pawn. I think we should try to keep this bishop if possible. The bishop here is quite nice. Maybe knight here. Let's go for the minority attack. Maybe we should go rook e1, just to protect the e3 pawn after something like knight d7. Knight e2. I kind of want to go e4 as well. It doesn't really work. Okay, let's start with simple bishop f4. At least then it's protected enough. Rook b1, and then we go b4. So we have to watch out for knight f5. So maybe we start with g4. Let's just do it. Yeah, this is less than ideal, as we talked about. Oh, he has this nice trick. And now 2 pawns are hanging. I think it's fine. I can go b3 and after taking a bishop f4. Yeah, looks good enough. Should I go h4? Yeah, why not? Why not? Okay, this is another problem that I missed. Knight d5. And I think it's just hopelessly lost. Rook e1 is coming, knight takes f4 is coming. g3 is the only move I can see that loses a piece. I have to look up this line. It's a bit unfortunate to lose this early with white. But okay, let's. Should we get mated or should we lose properly? Because there really is no move here. And I'm thinking we should get. Yeah. The problem is that after both knight f3, rook f3, and g3, you can just take. Let's just take it to be mated on e1. It's fine. It's a nice mate at least. And here the pawn is just running and queening. Let's go knight e5. And let's try to create something here against the king. And I have to start playing quicker, otherwise I'm going to lose some time on every board. Let's go to g3 maybe. No, let's go knight e4. Castle, probably. Even though we're losing this pawn, I'm not sure I care. Maybe we start with rook d1. Castle, queen takes, queen f6, queen a6, queen f4. Yeah. Yeah. Let's put a fat knight on d4. Queen f6. Okay, so let's protect the pawn. Now we just have to give mate. So I suspect this is a mate in 3. Let's see if we can find it quickly enough. b5, so he's trying to create his own counterplay. I think I should I take it? Should I go knight f3? I think I go knight f3. If he takes on c4, we have queen h2, and that should be a mate. So where is the mate? That is the question. Let's just go like this. Simple chess is best chess. Let's take it and go knight e5. That is mate. Knight f3 maybe. Okay, I'm getting crushed here as well. Even not crushed. b4. What happened there? I forgot the rook is hanging. That's less than ideal. Let's take it back. Let's go e3. Okay. So it's a mate on d1. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay. That is unfortunate. Do we take it? Do we go queen d3? Yes, we go queen d3. Take back, of course. And now we have to create some counterplay somewhere. Maybe like this. Yeah, there's link to resolve. I can find that for you. Here is the standings linked in chat. And queen h. Okay, what exactly am I thinking? There's rook f7. Okay, let's play fast so we don't lose some time on every board. That would be a bit unfortunate. We have to take like this, and our position is not that good. This is probably fine enough, I guess. No, not fine, but maybe not horrible. Let's go for an attack, I think. Knight c5 first. Let's go. We have to stop bishop b5, queen d2. Let's go up and down a bit, see what happens. We should start launching something somewhere. This guy wants a draw. It's a bit early for a draw. Draws don't grow on trees. b5. Okay, this is hanging. Let's go king f2. C4. Have to go home. And we should try to push this pawn to create some counterplay, but it's not that easy. Not that easy at all. And I think I just blundered that board as well. Okay, can we take this? This one we should definitely take, I think. And we can't go G4. That is problematic. So this is gonna be another loss, I think. I predict. H2. Okay, I'll take the draw. Let's take care. Try to gobble everything up. Rook C1 perhaps, or H4, H5. H3. Let's just play normal chess, see what comes along. And we should probably play somewhat quickly to not get destroyed on every board. After Queen D3. How is this? I'm a equal material. Can I take this? I should probably take this first. Yeah. And this is not ideal. Yeah, GG guys. Not ideal. Let's go here. Let's double. Take back. G5. Maybe H5. This is hanging. That must be protected. Maybe King G2 was a mistake. This is hanging. And F4. A5. Let's start with A5. Rook E3 probably. If this isn't the best, but it's not the worst either. Rook C5. Put pressure on. On C6. Must be our goal now. Should take it, I think. What? Okay, so how do we make progress here? Maybe we can put pressure on this pawn. So Queen C2, Queen G2 maybe. Let's try. Okay, so I think we're up on time on every board, which is a good sign. But it doesn't really mean that we're gonna win yet. I guess we should stop. Do I care? I should probably care. We have to try something. Let's just go here. And we don't want to get mated. So let's start with h4. Do we take it? No, I think we keep the bishop. Then we bring our king out. And then we can try to win. Let's take this. Okay, so how do we win this? If we're even, is it even possible? Knight d1, he takes. And we get mated. Knight g5, he takes and we get mated. b7, he takes and we get mated. Maybe knight e7, then b7. Knight e1, rook to c1, b7. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not able to pay attention to every detail, so I can't remember which game that was. Okay, knight g6 is clever. That's a clever way of getting the pawn back, I think. And now we have to speed up. What do we do? King c2 probably. King b2. King d3. King d3. Let's go. f4. Yeah, I played Magnus a few times. In Bullet especially. Oh, not check there, that will be disastrous. This mate. Piece up. Takes. And we need counterplay. Yeah, me and Magnus went to the same high school for a year, so we managed to play a few games. Of course, he's much better than me, so there's not much challenge. But I can try to pretend that I'm fighting, which is always fun. So how do we win this? We go king f3. Now we definitely have to speed up if we're gonna avoid getting flagged in every table. Okay, that is quite clever, I think. Am I going to become a grandmaster in the future? Probably not. I think it's too late for me. Okay, that is clever. We'll have to take it. How do we win this? Do we go and grab this pawn maybe? No, okay, I blundered a7. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. And this is looking kind of hopeless, but we do have 3 pawns. Maybe I should have gone f5. But there's no time to think really, we should go fast. Just go fast and hope. This should be winning. This I'm not so sure about. This should be winning. Okay, I say winning is probably not winning. But we have to go fast. Wants to draw? Sure, I think we're losing, so it's fine. So there's 2 games left. And we lost 2, we won 8, and we drew 2. So now we just have to finish the last games. Take it and bishop. Okay, just bishop a7 straight away. Yeah. This is winning. Okay. So we finished with 10 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses. And thank you all for playing. I think I'm gonna call it a day. I've been live for almost 6 hours. And congratulations to Joachim Benilsen. Maybe we can find the standings. Joachim Benilsen finished in first place with 9 out of 9 points. Really incredible. Oh, Johan Sebastian is in the chat. Hello. But okay. 12 hours. No, I should really call it. GG guys, and thank you for watching. It's been a great day, and hopefully I will see you soon. GG's.